Slide in.
Good evening, Vacaville. This is City of Vacaville City Council meeting scheduled for January 28, 2025. It's a regular scheduled meeting at 6 p.m. at Vacaville City Hall. Do you have a roll call?
Council Agency Authority Member Stockton,
Here.
Ritchie,
Here.
Silva,
Here.
Freemount,
Here.
Wiley,
Here.
Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Chapman,
Here.
Mayor Chair Carley.
Here. And if you are able, please stand for a moment of silence, followed by the pledge. Councilmember Silva, will you lead us in the pledge?
Sure. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So, Mr. City Manager, do we have any changes to tonight's agenda?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have one change. Item 8D is in Delta, is being continued to our February 11th meeting. Other than that, there's no other changes.
All right. With no other changes, do I have a motion?
Motion approved.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
We have no presentations, and anyone wishing to pull an item off of consent calendar, whether it's the public or the council, please come forward. Or which item will it be? You can come forward and just tell me which item. Okay, so item C, so thank you. Just stand by. Any other members of the council wishing to pull an item for discussion? Seeing none, I'll go ahead and ask that the council for a motion for all other items on the consent calendar other than item C for approval.
Second.
So there's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, so item C. Would you come forward and at least share your discussion or comment?
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to comment, and I had a couple concerns on this item. It's regarding the PACE program, which allows commercial property owners 100% financing for some projects that they repay on their property tax bill. I understand this was brought up for a hotel that wanted to build in Vacaville. But however, if you look further at PACE, they talk about commercial projects like battery storage, solar, lighting, and building. But the concern is battery storage because of our area. We have the substation. Why would we want to allow 100% financing for a commercial project that they could take advantage of the state pathway and bypass our moratorium? Another thing I wanted to bring up was, if you do research on PACE, LA County had PACE and they ended it because the county was facing lawsuits. Allegedly, they failed to properly oversee the private lenders that partnered to issue the loans. So maybe it's not a good company to partner with.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager, is any staff member that can address that, or can you?
Yeah, I'm going to ask Don Burris to come up and address that.
Thank you, Don.
Good evening, Mayor Carley, members of the City Council and the public. Don Burris here, Director of Economic Development Services. We are bringing this resolution forward to the Council for energy efficiency projects and financing for the Home 2 Suites hotel project from 3S Hospitality and Icon Vacaville. The purpose of the resolution is for the city to be able to opt in the county's program that already exists so that the hotel company can acquire financing to do those energy improvement projects for their new hotel project. We're looking at a total of $9 million that the hotel developer would receive in financing. If the council chooses not to move forward with this, then most likely the financing package will not be approved and the hotel will not be built. To talk more about and educate the council more on what CPACE is, this is a commercial PACE program. It's very different from the residential program. I have John Kinney, who is the founder and CEO of Clean Fund, and he is the PACE administrator for CETA, which is the California Enterprise Development Authority, which is a joint powers authority to address economic development financing. So if the council so desires, Mr. Kinney can come and speak to the program.
Yeah, thank you. Looking to see if there's any members of the council with any questions, but if you would like to come forward and further explain, you're welcome to.
We have prepared a short PowerPoint presentation.
Thank you. I'll get it for you.
There you go.
Okay. Thank you, council members and public, for having me here. I wanted to just go through quickly what PACE is, just to make sure that we're level set on what the program is and who Clean Fund is and who CETA is. So Clean Fund, I'm John Kinney. I started it back in 2009, and we did the first commercial PACE projects. Home to Suites that we just did in Pittsburgh was another transaction. They got a little under $11 million for their hotel, and we're doing the exact same thing here in Vacaville. The one here is a large $30 million project, and we've approved $8.8 million of PACE for it. We're the PACE administrator for CETA, which is what we're asking to have opted in. CETA is another JPA, Joint Power Authority, that is set up to streamline the process of getting financing. There are other JPAs, like the California Statewide Community Development Authority, that is already approved to do PACE here. So if someone were to need to do a commercial battery financing, they would go through the CSCDA if this wasn't approved. But it has all sorts of restrictions on what can be done, and just having financing doesn't allow you to do something, obviously. It's a cost-free pathway to any of the jurisdictions that are part of it. Can you go to the next slide? Okay, my able assistant, wow. So what PACE is, just to remind people, is it's a public-private partnership enabled by state law. And the private capital that's attracted by us is for economic development and real estate efficiency. So this is efficiency we think of as resiliency like seismic improvements and fire mitigation, and efficiency like energy improvements, renewable energy, water efficiency, all the things that can go into those categories. And it's very important to remember that this is only, there is a residential program here already, but this is only for CETA, which is a commercial PACE project. And I'll talk a little bit about the differences. The risk to Vacaville, it's a cost-free pathway that CETA has set up. And Clean Fund's going to be the PACE administrator. We've done 300 of these transactions around the country, mostly in California. Solano County has already opted into the CETA program, and we're asking you to opt into their program to be able to use it. And our bond counsel is Kutak Rock. So they'll be providing a legal opinion on this. Very importantly, the differences between the commercial and residential PACE. Residential PACE has gotten a lot of bad PR, and we don't touch it. Commercial is an arm's length negotiation, just like any commercial mortgage. The property owner is going to be a sophisticated business entity. There's going to be lots of legal fees on both sides. Underwriting is several months, and consent's required by any lien holder on the property. So you have a senior lender that's going to look over this and make sure that it is, in fact, something that should be done. Because PACE is generally only a 25% or so of the financing. Also, PACE transactions are over $2 million generally, and they're documented as a bond. The residential PACE is just like a home improvement loan, and the contractor that's selling the solar array is the one who's talking to the homeowner. And They're not going to have a lawyer on either side. It's the emphasis on residential PACE is on being able to close quickly at the kitchen table, whereas we're going to take a long time. No lender consent is required for residential PACE. Transactions are generally under $10,000, and it's documented just as an assessment contract. So this particular project, the founders who are the three Seans are out of Davis, and they've got combined 50 years of hotel experience. They just opened up their 8th hotel in Pittsburgh, so this will be their 9th one. And it's the same financing group. Everything, we're Clean Fund did that transaction as the PACE administrator and everything else. The site that we're talking about is right across the street from Kaiser, and it's the first Hilton project in the county, in the city. So looking at being able to build 107 pet-friendly extended stay rooms right next door to Kaiser. So really an important project, we think, for the county. And the developers have spent a lot of time and effort to get it done, and it's all permitted and ready to go. Do you have questions?
So I'll just throw out the question that came from the audience. How is this differing? Because some of the concerns that the city has had, especially in the county, is we'll call it grid scale battery energy storage.
Yep.
Is there any correlation to these types of projects to opening up a door to projects that would probably be in the hundreds of millions of dollars, but focusing on what has been a concern of lithium ion near residential?
Yeah. Well, this doesn't have anything to do with the approval of a project. This is just financing.
Finance.
So we cannot finance anything that's not approved.
And an application like this does not create a pathway that automatically makes policy for the city for any other future project. It's specifically for this one.
Absolutely. That's absolutely correct.
Okay.
There is already a commercial PACE program here, but this is another JPA that's just more efficient and that we're exclusively associated with.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Wiley, you have a question?
Thank you for the information. You said you've been a company since 2009. Have you ever had anything approved or up for approval with Vacaville before, or is this the first time?
This is the first time.
And you
within
have worked with
Vacaville.
other things in Solano County?
We've had projects in Sacramento. We did the Child Abuse Prevention Center. We've done, but I can't think of anything else in Solano County.
Because I thought you said you'd be working with the county as a county program or something, so.
The county is the entity that has opted into the CETA program. So the joint power authorities are set up to be able to go through any jurisdiction that opts into their program. So we would be using the Solano County program for this.
And have they done that quite a while ago, or did they just recently do that, the county opt-in?
2012.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Stockton?
Yes, my question is for Ms. Dunn. It seems like they've separated the commercial versus the residential. Do you have any information as to how this is potentially being used with battery storage plants or anything like that? Okay,
Well, and I'm going to open up because there'll be public comment. So if you can come share the information.
Okay.
All right. See no other questions? Do you have any other questions?
No.
No other questions. I'm going to open the public for comment, and you're welcome to actually comment on anything that you'd like to share. Anyone in the audience? Yes. Yeah. Yes.
Oh, I was just gonna say that I thought maybe there's a correlation that since there is a state pathway to get permitting for battery energy storage systems on a commercial level, that this additional funding opportunity for property owners would give an incentive to buy property in our business park or somewhere where we don't want that project. Actually, there's a company that owns property in our business park in the Northeast Growth Corner that wants to build battery energy storage systems there. So the question and the concern I had for the council was, do we want to allow a program that would give funding for this and have that property already have the right to build there? That's all. So, but if that's not the case, then I'm not concerned. Thank you.
No, but I appreciate you. I appreciate that concern.
And hold that in case there's other comments, and then maybe you can follow up to that. Please come forward. Good evening.
Carly, Council, I'm Alan Haddix. I'm the project civil engineer for the Home to Suites development. And the developers weren't able to be here, but they prepared a letter that I'd like to read and enter in for record. Reads, thank you for considering our request to proceed with our C-PACE lending program for our Home to Suites by Hilton Hotel project in Vacaville, California. Your decision reflects your commitment to growing your community. Our team is excited to create new jobs for the community and be longer-term partners with the city. We recently collaborated with C-PACE lending team on a similar Home to Suites project in Pittsburgh, California. Their support was instrumental in securing financing during a challenging lending environment. We're only weeks away from starting vertical construction on that project, and feel free to speak with Don. He has some articles pertaining to that project if you're interested. And once again, we sincerely thank you for your dedication in taking this critical step towards a brighter future in the city of Vacaville. Again, I just wanted to emphasize that this is just simply another mechanism for financing during a period of time that I'm sure all of you are aware is extremely difficult to secure financing. And this is a project that has been approved and has broken ground, but has been struggling to go over the finish line in securing the financing for a significant project like this hotel. And if this is approved, this will secure the final component of their financing that would allow them to move forward in a similar fashion as they're currently doing in Pittsburgh. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And seeing no one else, I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment portion of this. And if there's anything else that you wanted to follow up based upon what we've heard, so that we have a clear understanding. Clearly, there's a concern within the community. Does this open up a gateway of applicants, especially knowing that separate than your project, very large, it's battery energy storage. This is more about energy efficiency financing. And so.
Mayor Carly, what I would say is that since the mechanism has already been in place here through CSCDA to do commercial PACE, and that hasn't, it hasn't created any issue with battery storage or anything like that.
You might want to
CSCDA, the California Statewide Community Development Authority, is another JPA, just like CETA. So it's doing the same PACE program. It just happens to be both commercial and residential. And Vacaville is already part of that. And so this is another JPA that just is the one that we're directly affiliated with, that we've used in the past, and has some flexibility that makes it possible to do this transaction that was more difficult for CSCDA. So I can assure you that this doesn't give any authority to someone to do anything. It's only a financing mechanism if it has been approved and has all the permits and authority to go forward.
Yeah, thank you. I don't see any lights, so do I have a motion?
a motion to approve. I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So let's get this hotel built.
Yes, thank you very much.
And I'm grateful for the questions. It helps, especially how easy it is to be a little bit sensitive to what's going on in our community. So thank you. All right, we're going to go ahead and now we're going to move to business from the floor, item 6. And this is a time for anyone from the public wishing to address the council on any item that's not on the agenda that's in our jurisdiction and purview. You may come forward and share that now. It's generally limited to 3 minutes, and just direct any comments or questions to the council. Thank you. Good evening.
Hello, and good evening, City Council, Mayor and Vice Mayor. I'm here to just mention that there was a recent fire, I'm sure you've heard, at Moss Landing Battery Storage Facility on January 16th, and it was the 4th fire at their facility. This is the best fire recorded to date. 80% of their facility has burned, and honestly, this is the nightmare that I feared for Vacaville. The county supervisor there that was interviewed on the news is very upset with Vistra because they were personally assured after the 3rd fire that this wouldn't happen again. And now this is the worst fire they've ever had. Additionally, it appears that they grossly underreported the risk of fire in their emergency response plan. And an investigation is underway to see if Vistra was out of compliance with SB 38, a law that requires an emergency response plan. And the next door facility owned by PG&E never filed their response plan. They're out of compliance. So I think some regulations are going to come out of this very soon. And it's interesting to follow it, especially with all that's going on in our area. And then finally, some devastating news that researchers have found a dramatic increase in soil surface concentration of heavy metals in the Elkhorn Slough, a protected ecosystem for sea otters near the battery fire. And they tested a 2-mile radius around the facility, and the levels were 100 to 1,000 times higher than normal. These nanoparticles were directly linked to the cathode materials for lithium-ion batteries. So personally, I just can't imagine being in their community, having this disaster. I mean, how do you even go cleaning in your yard? How would you let your kids play outside when you know this toxic material is all over the place? It's really scary. And I hope that something good comes out of it. So I wanted to thank you all for listening to the community and putting a moratorium on these, because I think changes are going to come down real soon and we'll be in a better place. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for sharing. Good evening.
Mayor Carly, City Council, City staff. Recently, I realized that some folks may think, oh, what's the harm in not allowing cannabis services in our city? There's neighboring cities that have their own programs. So why can't our residents who need this go to those ones? Well, in actuality, the closest dispensary to us is a little over 10 miles away in both directions. I'd like to remind folks that the primary reason why cannabis is now legal and treated as a medicinal service is because there have been countless patients, including our seniors, service members, veterans, and more, who rely on these kind of products for their health and quality of life. Vacaville currently has residents who suffer from issues like severe anxiety disorder, PTSD, arthritis, IBS, cancer, and more. And for them to be forced to drive over 20 miles round trip because their city doesn't think it's important enough to offer the same services in our own hometown can be said to be simply unfair or unjust. I heard other arguments like, don't some dispensaries deliver? And yes, although some dispensaries do deliver, not all of them do. And there are distances in areas that they don't go. For example, my family lives in the Allendale area, and they don't deliver there. Also, there's a huge social perspective that people take towards things that are not accepted by their local government. To some, it makes those things seem kind of illegal. My grandfather, who's going on 96 and still has the energy, mind, and capabilities to do what he was doing at 76, but in 2019, he was diagnosed with cancer of the eye. In his treatment process, he was given chemotherapy pills and immediately began to slow down, feel pain, have no energy, and no appetite. This also affected his mood because he was unable to tend to his animals and his land like he normally would. Even his low appetite hindered him from taking the medicine. I suggested for him to try medical cannabis in liquid or topical form to help increase his appetite, mood, and mobility. He was strongly against it because he figured it was truly if it was truly legal everywhere in California, then Vacaville would have allowed it. See, my grandpa was born in 1929, and older folks, specifically boomers and Gen X, have this belief that if it was truly legal and socially accepted everywhere, then it would be permitted and allowed any and everywhere, including their own hometown. Making cannabis accessible for residents who rely on these type of products can impact their quality of life tremendously. This could not only move the city forward economically, but also help rectify stigmas and biases that plagued our communities for some time now. Your decision to halt or move forward with this program will affect more lives in ways than you know. And all I ask is that you take this into consideration when making a decision to have cannabis or not in Vacaville. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. Two comments. One is the 2024 Emergency Response Guide published by the Department of Transportation, also based on multiple federal agencies, now has a specific guide for lithium batteries because of toxicity and the danger specifically to controlling an emergency. And that guide involves addressing storage facilities and large vehicles such as trucks, tractor trailers, that kind of situation. There's no doubt that the lithium-ion batteries, whether they're phosphate-based or iron-based, produce incredibly toxic byproducts. And some of the articles from my former career indicate it's not a question of if, it's when. So I encourage you to choose wisely. The other issue that I want to address briefly is our water. I realized that there was a deal that cut, and the city and the people in Solano County could make some dough on our water. But as you've seen in recent events in Southern California, I don't know, $500 million for water, whatever it is. Maybe having our water is a better thing than the money. I realize that the political pressure from Sacramento and wanting to know that you're all loyal players and you will work with them at the state level is important. But maintaining our water supply and protecting it jealously, I don't know all the legal aspects to it, but maybe if I was on the council, which I don't want to be, I would understand that better. So please don't take this as some kind of a scolding or whatever. We know that the Sassoon City is looking at expanding with the assistance from California Forever. That means they're going to need a will serve letter for that expansion. They're trying to double that city, and then they won't stop there because of the acreage that's available surrounding the city. Water. Water is more important than gold. We knew about this for many centuries, not just decades, but centuries. That's why all the piping and the expense of bringing it to Los Angeles was actually undertaken. The Hetch Hetchy Reservoir was created for San Francisco. I'm hoping, as our representative, this council and you, Mr. Mayor, will guard our water supply jealously. We cannot bail out the supermajority in Sacramento who've watch my language here, but they do not have the correct interests of the state, nor do they understand anything about science. They haven't built additional reservoirs, even sites hasn't even begun yet, and that water is already spoken for. It's all going to Southern California. So our water is a big deal. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Mr. Mayor, council, staff. My name is Tina Fowler, and I am here representing a few of the Vacaville restaurants that are coming today to first commend Vacaville for being a little ahead of the game. You guys are already, before we came and begged you, working on an ordinance for street vendors. We are here to ask you tonight to just take into consideration the other stuff that needs to be enforced. So we're working, you guys are working, your staff, we've met with city council, with city manager already. And I know that you guys are working on a street vendor ordinance, but the most egregious stands that you guys have in Vacaville are happening on private property. And a street ordinance that is still in the future is not going to do anything about that. So we're here tonight to ask you to look at enforcing the ordinances that you already have, the land use, the building code, making sure they have health department licenses, business licenses, and city permits to operate, whether they're on private or public land. And we're asking this because you have 18 current licenses. And if you drive around Vacaville, you have a lot more than 18 businesses that are set up in the streets and set up on private property. And so we're just asking tonight that you can be friendly, you can be educational. There are resources for those vendors that want to. The Solano Hispanic Chamber, the California Hispanic Chamber, Solano County Workforce Development Board all have grants and programs to help people get permitted, work through the process. There's a lot of businesses in Vacaville that are willing to work with people to get past the $3,000 permit that it costs in the city of Vacaville to open a mobile business. But we are asking that you please start, while you are working on the street side, the street vendor ordinance, you enforce those rules on everybody that you are enforcing on our businesses. We want all businesses to be safe for everyone, whether it's food safety, cleanliness, traffic safety. We want all of those people that are setting up, and I'm going to use the CVS parking lot as a perfect example. They create traffic hazards, they leave trash, and they are literally in the view of a business that's been in this town for many years that has abided by all the rules and all the regulations. So this is just the start of the problem. If you guys don't do something for this now, if you look at other cities that are around you, they now have mobile florists and they have mobile barber shops and they have people setting up stands selling Super Bowl, because we're going into the Super Bowl paraphernalia. It's happened everywhere else. It's going to happen here too. So we're just asking for equitable enforcement. Those of us that have followed the rules, we'd like everybody else to follow them as well. So thank you so much for your time.
Good evening.
Good evening. Since it's been brought up previously, let's talk about BESS again. As was previously stated, yeah, Moss Landing pretty much burned all the way out. The toxic metals that are now in the, local marsh are going to probably be there forever. We all know that having battery storage plants right near to our city, whether they be on county land or city land, this is going to be disastrous for the city of Vacaville. My question is, and I have already heard the answer from some of you, but you ladies and gentlemen do have direct access to Assembly Member Wilson, who voted for the Assembly bill in 2022 that allowed the entities that want to build BESS plants to shove it down our throats. Talk to her again, even though she doesn't want to hear it from you. Obviously, she was misinformed when she voted for this monstrosity. Maybe she could be the hero that admits that the legislature made a mistake and they should back off and seriously reconsider these chemical waste dumps, because they do not provide any service insofar as power. By collecting energy right next to the distribution point, and then maybe if there's a need for it, discharging it into the system at some other time, that's a false, it has no function. If you're going to build a peaker plant, which is really what these are pretending to be, the peaker plant is some distance away from where your power is coming in, because it's basically a boost to your lagging electromotive force. Putting the battery storage plant right next to the distribution center is because it's just the easiest, cheapest thing to do. But all they're doing is building this because they get federal credits for it, oh, you're producing green energy. No, you're not. It's garbage. It's a lie. And it's all just a bunch of fake federal funding.
Good evening.
I'm Mayor and Council. Haven't seen you guys in a while. I'm getting a new hat soon. I'm here because obviously you know about Moss Landing, and that Vista was the one that ran that. But I want to rewind to 2 years ago. And if you remember the very first meeting that was had with Menard, when they came in, I don't know if you guys remember or not, but they were actually going to go with Vistra. That was the original plan, was they were gonna be the owner operator of the facility. That changed within about a month, I think, after that meeting, but, really, I mean, honestly, why I'm here is to say thank you for shutting that down. Um, I know Sarah does a lot of work and she gets a lot of credit, and rightfully so. She works her butt off on this stuff, and it's like a second job for her, but it would be for nothing if you guys didn't listen, and I know you guys do. So um, really, it's just say thank you for voting that down, and for putting up the moratorium, and hopefully there will be a little more soon. So, all right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening.
Talk about signs for Centennial Park. And I'm asking the city council to consider one of two types of signs to put up. Either you put up a sign that says this is a city park and the paths inside of it are for pedestrians and bicycles and people walking their dogs. Motorized vehicles, especially gas-powered dirt bikes, are not allowed here, according to city code. Or you put up a sign that says, families beware, dirt bikes, golf carts, battery-operated motorcycles that can go over 15 miles an hour are all allowed on any path in this park, including the path that you folks supposedly have closed off for utility work, the gravel path heading to the going to be new bike park on the north end. You make a choice. You either warn people that these bikes are allowed there, or you put signs up and tell these bikes not to be there. The other thing I suggest you do is put up one of two signs. Guns are allowed in Centennial Park, and people are allowed to shoot at the wildlife and maybe anybody who's walking past at the time. Or you put signs up that say, guns are not allowed according to city code. The reason I bring these things up is because in the last 5 months, and I walk the park almost daily, I have come across people who've had to pull their children off of the paths because motorcycles or high-speed bikes have been coming through, motorized bikes. They've had to pull their kids off of the walking path so they don't get hit. I've also confronted men with guns. I went to the police with photographs. They went there to talk to the men and came back and told me they spoke with them. The next day, a gun box was sitting at the north entrance of the park and a dead raccoon shot in the head to let the old lady know she can't stop them. And I've also been confronted people with motorcycles, dirt bikes with gas-powered engines. I confronted one yesterday. And I said, this is not where you're supposed to be. But they're entertaining themselves over by the new bike park. And they told me that my taking pictures of a little girl who happened to be standing next to the guy on the bike, I was a pedophile. So make a decision on what you folks want to do, please. Which kind of signs do you want to put up? Citizens beware, or people who are breaking the law, be warned. Thank you.
You're up. Good evening.
Got a few words to say. I, of course, am against those bike pads. They are not going to improve anything. As probably you know, should know. But anyways, you voted for, and it's going forward. I saw that. I seen 3 dumps trucks of rocks, and they stunk. Okay, were not nice and clean rocks. They were black color, okay? Not by nature, by dirt, okay? They were dug out from some place where it was probably in a bay for 200-300 years or whatever. And that's probably hazardous material. I'm engineer. I know those things, okay? And Next thing I know, when I came about 3, 4 or week later, the three piles of rocks were disappeared. Then I see the nice gravel, uh, even whatever that thing is gonna be, parking lot, whatever, is spread there, nice and evenly, and even machines are still there. And I wonder whose idea is that, and what do they cover with those with that gravel they brought in, the crunch rocks? Because I can get the environmental agency and check those rocks, dug them out and check them. If they are hazardous, somebody gonna pay big money. Believe me that. And maybe you guys are liable because you approved it. You told us that thing gonna be checked and rechecked. When you gonna check it? How many days is gonna pass by not checking it? I mean, that is really unhealthy. Okay, for me, for everybody else, for anybody goes around there. But think about it, my friends. I am not standing against. I'm not against progress. If you think that's a progress to make that park, no problem with me. Okay, but thing is, be safe, and it's not easy to be safe. Okay, and the environmental agency can do a lot of things. I do know that, and costs a lot of money. Very much. And my name is Milos Radmanovic.
Thank you for sharing. Good evening.
Hello, council members, mayor. I'm Tony Smith and I live out by Centennial Park. You know, people move here to Vacaville because we do have open space and places to go that are kind of remote. And I know they're going to build a BMX bike track out there at Centennial, but I don't know if they surveyed the neighborhood or what. Most of the people I talk to are not really happy with it. And it's going to impact the neighborhood out there. And there's a lot of things out there like the seasonal pond out there. And this is what she's talking about. There's people who drive out there with trucks and stuff. And there's geese out there. And I remember there's people out there with paintball guns and stuff shooting at the geese. I've seen it. And I don't know if there's anybody policing these things at times. I know the police department can't be everywhere, but I picked up garbage out there. I've called the parks department and they've picked up piles of trash and all kinds of things. And I don't know where the wildlife in this town is going to go, but it's, you may sound funny, but you don't even see a jackrabbit around here anymore. And those are keystone species that other animals feed off of. So it's getting to the point where some places like that need to be left natural, not always development. So the bike track is coming in with Landify and they're bringing soil in. Now, I don't know where this soil is coming from. They said from construction sites, but it better be really clean if they're bringing it in. And they're going to build the mounds for this bike track. And it's going to bring in this soil. It's a French company. And they say the soil's good and all that, but I don't know. The other thing is, who's going to maintain this? I know the budget cuts and the police and fire department get the lion's share of the money, but these departments are struggling for manpower and they hire a lot of part-time and everything, which they have to, I understand, but I'm not against that, the budget that way, but they need to think about these things a little more. If you're going to build a bike track out there, who's going to maintain it? Because there's going to be erosion because it's going to be on hills, going to be doing jumps and all that. And they got to monitor the motorcycles out there and all the traffic and things like that. Otherwise, you don't have a seasonal pond anymore. You just got a bunch of people running over everything. So myself, I like the idea of more of a natural type state, a park with native plants and things like that. All right. So I have my reservations about this project, but I'm hoping that you'll take notice of that, look into it. All right. Thank you.
Go ahead and close business from the floor and bring it back to the council I'm taking a lot of notes and be discussing some of the items with staff. I appreciate the feedback, the input. So with that, we'll move on to public hearings. Item 7A, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. This public hearing item before you tonight is a resolution approving a service fee for the city's Track It credit card system. Ken Metzamy, our finance director, is here with the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. As the City Manager mentioned, tonight's public hearing is for council to consider approving a service fee for the Track It permitting software, credit card, and ACH payments, and the processing fees related to that. So starting off with some background with our current setup. So currently for most of the city's services, credit cards are an accepted form of payment. And so credit cards are widely used for business licenses, utility billing, park rentals, class registrations, and then also for permitting and building permit software or services, which I'll be talking about this evening. And while this form of payment is very efficient and very convenient, as it's grown in use over the years, the cost of that has grown as well, to where annually the city's absorbing about $500,000 citywide for credit card and payment processing fees. So these are bank fees, the actual payment processor in order to get those credit card transactions and funded to the right place. And then kind of depending on the credit card you use as well, if it's a reward card versus, one that doesn't have reward points, there's credit card fees associated with that as well. And so all those costs citywide are about $500,000 annually. Currently, our community development department is in the process of updating their permitting software, Track It. And as part of that update, there's a decision point. There's a decision that needs to be made prior to implementation if the city is going to continue to absorb these credit card fees, these payment processing fees, or to pass that on and have those costs paid by the end user. And just for some reference, these e-payment fees for Track It currently average about $30,000 to $50,000 annually, depending on kind of development activity for the year. As I mentioned, what's triggering this is this decision needs to be made prior to our implementation. The proposed change is to implement an e-payment service fee for just our Track It community development transactions. The proposed fee is based off of the amount that would be charged by the payment processor. And so that's 2.65% for credit card or debit card transactions, or $1 for ACH or e-check transactions. And so this does align with fees that are charged by other government agencies, which in our kind of research hovers around 2.25% to 3.5%. And so just for some examples locally, if you were to look at Fairfield as an example that uses the same software, they currently charge 3% for this similar fee. At the county level, if you were to use a credit card to make a payment, they're at 2.25%. If you were to use DMV as an example, the state level, it's about 2% as well. And so you are seeing these charges start to be passed on to the end user rather than be absorbed by kind of the agency and kind of other funding sources. If council were to approve this item this evening, as I mentioned, the implementation would be just for the Track It community development software, and then this change would go into effect with go live. And so the addition of the service fee, customers would start to see it once the new software goes live at the end of March. We would continue to accept cash and check payments at City Hall with no fee, just as we currently do. And then government agencies are allowed to pass on this fee based off of State Government Code Section 6159H. And as far as future implementation, kind of going back to the budget conversations that we've had leading up to this point, we are currently in deficit spending. And so as part of kind of balancing the budget, we've talked about kind of going forward, continue to look at kind of revenue opportunities, but also on the cost side, what are things, where are areas that we could potentially reduce costs? And this passing on the credit card fees to the ultimate end user is one of those kind of strategies. And so going forward, while we're implementing this for just Track It community development for now, we would be exploring citywide implementation with our other software. But because the city uses different software for different types of services, for example, we use Track It community development, that software for building permits and planning. We have a different software that we use for utility billing, another one for business licenses. And so the rates that we would have to pay through those payment processors, those would all be kind of subject to kind of those contracts that we have with them. And so we have to continue to have conversations with those software vendors on kind of those rates and those functionality. And so once we have a better sense of that, that would be coming back to council in the future. And in the meantime, we would also have a good sense of how that's working at the community development and with the tracking software. So the action for consideration this evening is to have the public hearing to implement a service fee to pass these e-payment processing fees on to customers for track it permitting software payments. And the recommendation is by simple motion to adopt the subject resolution. And then with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Just to start with the 2.65, and that's just based upon that's passed through direct.
Correct. The payment processor, since we're having to change as part of this upgrade, they give us a rate sheet with how much they are going to charge us if we weren't to pass that fee on. And so that's what that's based off of.
Vice Mayor Chapman.
Thank you. Thank you for the additional information on this item. Are we using this particular software for any other departments currently, or is this the first time we'll be going with this one?
We currently use the software for community development primarily. Our community development director can correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think currently they are the primary users of that software. But one of the kind of upgrades or features that we'll get with the upgrade is the plan is for Public Works and I think the fire department to also use the software potentially for citations and some of their services as well.
So we'll pretty much get to the point where we'll have one app for all transactions. Yeah.
I would love to get there. I don't know if honestly if we will get there just because utility billing, for example, just the amount of features and things that you get from a kind of a utility billing software. A lot of times you don't want to compromise the payment processor or compromise the amount of functionality and services you get for customers just to kind of have the same payment processor. It would be simple to have the same payment processor for all of them, but a lot of these software companies, they have specific payment processors that they use. And if you want to have full integration to where, if a credit card payment's made, that's properly logged into the software and the system rather than, city staff having to manually enter it, you have to go with their payment processor. And that's kind of why you have different ones throughout, agencies.
Thank you.
Well,
Thank you for the information. Just a couple of detailed questions. So do we accept a variety of cards like MasterCard, Discover, American Express, and all of those?
We do accept all of them with the exception of American Express. And because American Express's kind of point system was so high, they tend to carry a higher rate. And so we currently are not accepting American Express. But with this change, this would be something that American Express would fall under it.
And so on the resolution, it doesn't have a specific amount. So would the amount vary depending on credit card, or how are we going to know what the amount is going to be?
It would be that 2.65%. So regardless
So that's what it's going to be, even though it's not noted in the resolution?
Correct. So the payment processor, they kind of have their own math and calculation they've done. And so this 2.65% is kind of enough cover to where they know that there's going to be some credit card fees that fall below there. There's going to be some that are above that. And that's what that rate's based off of. And so regardless of what type of credit card you use, it's going to be 2.65%.
And if they do just a bank transaction instead of a card, there's also going to be a fee for that, but not that high? Or was it also going to be the same amount?
That's the dollar.
$1 or?
So if you're using a credit card or debit card, it's going to be the 2.65% regardless of what type of credit card you use. And then if you were to use an ACH e-check transaction, that would be $1. Currently, we don't offer.
No matter what the amount is, just a $1 charge?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And then the percent is the percent of the amount of the charge?
Yes.
Right. Okay. And then you mentioned that we'll start with this one, and then we'll probably explore going to other things that we're taking charge cards for. So will all the other choices come before the council as well?
They would either kind of as a standalone item like tonight, or it would be part of the fee update. And so when we present the fee update, you would see it listed in the fee schedule itself.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Those are my questions. I mean, I think it's a great convenience for the city not to charge it, because sometimes you get the bill and it's, here's an initial charge charged on, and do you accept that or do you not accept that? But when you look at the total amount and the cost to the city and the fact that we are deficit spending, this is a charge that whoever is charging it is incurring. So I'm intend to think that this is something we should do at this time. Thank you.
Councilmember Stockton.
Yes. So is it impossible for us to just defer whatever this cost is? Because if people are using a card that has a fee of 2.25, I don't want to charge them 2.65. Is there a way that council can take action to just defer whatever cost is attached to the credit card of the end user's choice that they're using to make this payment that they're responsible to pay?
Just so I'm following, so for example, let's say a Visa card has a total cost of like 2.25, then they're getting charged that. But if it's like American Express and that's 3%, they get charged 3% is what we're saying?
Right, because we're eating some of that cost because we're using a flat rate, correct? Is there a way to just pass the cost over whatever it is so that we're not charging people more or less based upon what their card they use?
So under this scenario, if this were to be approved, the city would not have any costs at all that we would be absorbing.
And it would be the same cost, or the cost would be appropriated to the card that they choose to use. They would pay that fee,
They would pay the 2.65%.
even if it's a 2.25?
Yes, because I guess short of, the payment processor manually reviewing every single card transaction, because even within Visa, there's gonna be a different rate for the type of Visa card you have. So I think short of somebody taking the effort, or the payment processor taking the effort of reviewing every single credit card transaction that comes in and calculating every single one, I don't think you're gonna be able to get.
So the machine that they put the card into can't do that, is what you're telling me?
Correct.
Okay, that's what I was trying to get to the bottom of.
Councilmember Ritchie.
Just a comment. Just keep doing what you're doing. This is awesome. Keep it simple, stupid. This is beautiful. You're saving money. Just keep hunting, keep finding other things you can save money. The more money you save, the more money you can reallocate different parts of the city. I mean, that's $450,000 a year. Just keep doing it. I mean, we're level playing field with every other expense and fee. Find ways to keep saving money so we can reallocate it in better places. So just thank you. Just keep going.
Go ahead and open it up to the public for any comment. Good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. I realize this applies it in one department for the city, but of course, as the city continues to look for alternative revenue sources, I don't understand the e-check. I know, for instance, not here at his department, but it's going to end up at utilities. I do auto pay from my bank, and I don't think they use an e-check. I think they actually send a physical check. You're gonna have a lot of people, the people that have a really healthy pension or whatever, it's not a big deal. But the working poor and the other people that are trying to stay ahead of their bills and that, it's gonna make a difference. I recently did I have to have well, I guess I don't have to, being I'm retired now, but I still do an extensive TSA background check. Used to be able to just pay with a check. That was the hook. They started the option, and you could do a credit card, but you'd get charged the fee from the state. And then I have to deal with the federal government. They won't take a check anymore. And neither will the contractor background people. They won't take a check anymore either. Let's just be honest. We're going to be tacking on another tax for the convenience of that government agency because they don't want to deal with the check. But, you'll have to use a credit card and you will pay that 2.65% regardless of what it is. And this thing adds up to about $150, because it's a renewal. I'd hate to see the city. I know you have to stay solvent for all of us. And you shouldn't be catering to just one citizen. And this is a challenge, and that's why you got hired. We elected you because you had great ideas and promised wonderful things. I'm not opposing this. I'm not supporting it. I'm just saying we need to consider where this is going, and apparently, pretty soon we'll be taking a mark. But in the meantime, I want you to think careful. If it doesn't take 2.65%, or if the contractor says, well, we want 2.65%, I can handle it. The other guy down the street who's getting by on $1,200 a month Social Security can't. So maybe that 2.25 or whatever it is, and don't ever do away with the check. So if we can get on our scooter and wander down to the city hall and pay our utility bill with a hard copy check and not get charged for it. But I see that's coming because I've already dealt with the state and I've dealt with the federal government. Won't take a check. So in your infinite wisdom and service to the community, please consider that.
Thank you for the comment. I'm going to go ahead and bring it back to the council for any further discussion. Could you at least explain so it's clear that the fact that the city uses the ability to use, whether it's a check or an e-check, how that also applies maybe to someone with a debit card? A lot of times people pay with debit. And maybe if you can explain how many or most businesses pass along the fee. You go to the gas station, there's a cash price, but then there's the other price, and the rate is that they're passing on the credit fee. Where is the city going? I realize it said $500,000, but this was 30,000 to 50,000 because this is specifically to the one software that's being impacted. And I don't know if anyone else shares the same concern. At some point, what is the impact? The check is the e-check system it's just $1 flat rate. So do you anticipate a time in the future that the city would be recommending to go away from that? Because I can see it coming to the council and we would likely resist that. Can you explain that?
Yeah, I could kind of generally talk about sort of how this is handled in other cities, if that would be helpful, and kind of what we would do with. I mean, we are starting off small with tracking and community development, and with these other software, like the services utility billing, I think is a perfect example where when we talk to the payment processor for our utility billing, we'll get the rates for that. They could be very different than what's kind of being proposed with tracking community development because they might have different costs related to that. I have seen with other cities where because it's just so beneficial, and just the fact that, with utility billing, it's something that everybody has to pay if you're a resident or a business in the city, that the city chooses to, the agency will kind of pass on the credit card fees. But then if the user decides to pay with an e-check or do a bank transfer, they'll absorb the fees. Like the city has decided that for convenience sake and, just the fact that, it also could potentially cause a hardship to our residents as well, that they'll absorb the fees for that. And so that's a policy decision. It's not kind of an all or nothing. With building permits and planning services, we've gone the route, or what we're recommending here is that the full cost be passed on. But with the other services the city provides, if utility billing is one, for example, that council is very interested in seeing what the rates are for that. And if the rates aren't so significant, or if the council feels that the e-check or the ACH option should be free, that's something that we definitely implement, and it wouldn't be out of the norm. Other cities do that, and so that's part of kind of the analysis and the follow-up that we have to do with each one of our vendors on what is their rate and find out what that is, whether it's e-check or a bank transfer, or a credit card payment. And then that information, I mean, that would come back. I'm kind of hearing the concern with that, to Councilmember Wiley's question, instead of putting it in a fee schedule, it sounds like there probably would be more discussion related to utility billing as an example. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. It's just everyone's costs are going up, and in some cases, someone might have a lower rate, and we're just charging them the higher rate. It may impact some users of our services more than others. You think of in the future those who are signing up their kids in Parks and Rec, and it is a fee that I think we've gotten accustomed to paying, and at some point we can't absorb all the costs for the convenience of those who are using it. But I do believe that this council would probably want to entertain case-by-case basis depending upon system, and potentially not passing on costs for the check, right? The e-check or the check, or something that is just it's a transaction that's directly from their bank. So with that, I don't see any other questions or comments, but I would ask if there is someone who wanted to make a motion. And as far as I know, what the recommendation here is the 2.65 is specific for this particular department and its uses. This is not your typical transaction for utilities. It's simply for your one department.
Correct. It's building permit and planning services, anything that's just processed through our Track It software.
Do I have a motion?
Second.
A motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Well, thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the comments from the public. It's well noted. Well noted. All right, we're going to go ahead and move on to item 8. We're passing on 7B since it will be continued to February 25th. So we'll move on to item 8A, business.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. This first business item before you tonight is the annual report from the Opportunity House Operations from Vacaville Solano Services Corporation. Ms. Tamara Golden, our Housing and Community Services Director, is here, and Representative from Opportunity House, Ms. Banta, is also here for the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Carley, council members. Tonight, I'm here along with Ashley Banta, Executive Director for Opportunity House, to present the Opportunity House Annual Report. On August 17th, City Council approved modification of 2 loans totaling a little over $1.5 million towards the Opportunity House, as well as providing an additional $125,000 in one-time emergency funding to Vacaville Solano Services Corporation. As part of that funding, an annual report is required in front of council and must include household size, race, ethnicity, and other demographic information regarding entry and exits into the program. For the fiscal year 2023 through starting July 1 of 2023 and ending June 30th of 2024, Vacaville Solano Services Corporations, or VSSC, reports providing a little over 17,850 bed nights of service, 55,000 meals, and approximately 400 residents were served.
All right, and now it's my portion. Good evening, Mayor Carley, Vice Mayor Chapman, and Council. As Tamara said, I'm here to present on the annual report of Opportunity House and kind of give you some demographics and information of what we're up to, what we're serving, and who we're serving and what we're doing. I just want to thank all of the staff, not only in the housing department, but in multiple different departments. I know that I work really closely with the housing department, the police department, as well as many others, and I think it's really special that multiple departments of city staff can come together to help a community benefit of homelessness services. So it's really a unique opportunity that I have. So the next slide is kind of on some main highlights of what we did over the last fiscal year. As you guys know, there's a point in time count every 2 years that it's conducted and throughout the state. We were able to be the Vacaville coordinator for the point in time count for Solano County this year, and in conjunction with other agencies throughout the county. And I think we got a pretty good, accurate number this year, pretty more close to what we really have. Also, due to collaboration with the JPA, we were able to purchase the property that serves transitional age youth, emergency shelter, and transitional housing. So that was a pretty cool success, an example of collaboration amongst the JPA with ourselves. And then as far as community supports, we've really increased our community supports. Last time I was here, I was talking about how we were gonna begin our shower program and our outreach program being more in reach and into the shelter. And so we've been able to do that over the last fiscal year. On average, we serve 2 times a week. We provide showers to any individual that wants to come in, and we're providing at least 15 to 20 showers a week to individuals that hadn't previously been able to access that. And then also when they come in, they have access to food, clothing, hygiene products, as well as case management and housing navigation while they're there as well. Just some demographics about like the clients that we've served, and you can kind of see Q2 peaked a little bit. I'm not quite sure why. We can look more into that though. Breakdown of our services. So we aren't just the shelter. We do have Opportunity House Shelter, which makes up about 35% of our services. But we have My Friend's House, which is a transitional age youth emergency and transitional shelter. We also collaborate with Vacaville PD Community Response Unit to give our street outreach. And then our aftercare is a program that we piloted about 2 years ago with Solano County Community Investment Funds, and we've been able to continue that and sustain it, where we stay with individuals up to 2 years after they leave shelter to help enhance their natural community supports, income, employment, education, with a little bit of shallow rental subsidies to keep people housed. And then housing navigation is something that we've been able to work a lot. We've worked with the city of housing before on it, and we're continuing to work on it. But that's probably one of our major calls right now is people that are about to be evicted or can't afford their rent anymore, looking for places to go. And so housing navigation has been a service that is more in need, actually more now than ever. We do, as she said, we're required to track conditions of the clients we served, as well as demographic information such as age, race, and ethnicity. Usually a question that is asked is the conditions of clients that we serve, mental health, substance use, chronic health, developmental disabilities, and domestic violence. So the information is there. Same thing with the ages of the clients that we served. This one, we do have a lot that are under 18, and the reason for that is that we do have an MOU with Vacaville Unified School District, and we're on 3 of our local high schools where we provide flex classroom and services to at-risk as well as homeless youth that are homeless, are at risk of homeless, are beginning to dabble with substance use, or experiencing substance use at home, mental health at home, kind of all the at-risk things. And we're able to, in a harm reduction way, connect them to access of care within the school district and other places as well. So that's why you see that number a little bit higher. It's not necessarily all unhoused individuals that we serve. Length of participation is a question that often gets asked. As you can see, the average length of stay is probably about 6 months. The longer you stay and work a program, usually the more successful that you are. If you only stay for 7 days, less odds of getting housed successfully. But we do have the client exit destinations. We're about at 50% total, so 48%. That would be in permanent housing, their own rental places, Section 8, or shared housing units. Temporary situations would be like sober living environments or staying with family or friends, but it's not projected to be like a long-term sustainable situation. Institutions would be jails or treatment centers, and then homeless would be back out on the street. And then this last year, we have kind of worked on our marketing a little bit. As you can see, we have a new logo and just kind of really going forward with Opportunity House. It makes it a little confusing when there's all these different words out there. So just kind of keep it simple. We did come up with a short little video that kind of shows the journey of some of all the services that we do. So it shows the journey of the services that we start with our community response unit and encampments all the way up to getting people housed and sustaining them in their housing. So if it works, I think they said we would like to show you a little video that we created.
Maybe. Well, while maybe that's being queued up, if there's anything else that you can share, I will say a question. Could you share what the pit count was this year?
Hmm? And in Vacaville, I was going to say around 250 to 260 is what I was going to say. Yeah.
Well, I appreciate the data slides as well. It helps to understand, where things are going. Certainly appreciate the work that occurs here in the community because of the Opportunity House and the work you're doing.
Thank you.
No.
If not, I'll send it all to you.
Yeah. I do appreciate that. I appreciate the update. And I think that there's a lot of conversations about, how we're handling the challenges of homelessness and all that's going on. And so I want to just say thank you and appreciation to
not just to you, but to the entire team and the board for the continuous efforts that you're providing within our. Councilmember Silva?
Yeah, no, thank you. We appreciate the work everybody has been doing there for years. And, you know, the times that I visited and talked with the residents, you know, their biggest issue is, hey, I'm ready to go out, but I don't have access to housing. And I'm seeing like the 42% success rate, 8.5 months. In your observations, what what type of program do you find to be most successful? What program do you find not to be successful that you feel should be cognizant of? And then what other are there any other efforts in addition to you know in addition to being able to access housing to pursue other type of entrepreneurial endeavors really to get back up on our feet financially?
Yeah, so as far as what kind of models work, I think that we need to have an array of models that fit the different types of individuals that we serve. So individuals that have behavioral health issues may need more behavioral health supports. Individuals that have chronic homelessness may need more supportive housing, and individuals that need preventive care may need that. So it kind of depends on what your specifics are. I know there's always a lot of talk between like housing first or sober living and what the difference is and what works and doesn't work. Does it work to give people money for their rental assistance? Does that actually affect anything? Does it not affect anything? And I think the biggest thing is just meeting people where they're at and integrating them into a community. And so by having a community that supports a place like Opportunity House and supports the shelter and builds a community around it that integrates the affordable housing into the community, I think is one of the, I think will be the model that works best. One of the biggest things that we see when people are ready to leave but aren't able to yet is the lack of affordable housing. And then, like you said, the access to entrepreneurships or workforce development. We do have a great Solano County Workforce Development Board that we do work with, but it's a process. And then sometimes I think that we want to see results quickly, and it takes up to 5 years to get stable. And it's hard sometimes to wait that long to see.
With this evening, couple of questions for you. On your demographic slide, you showed there was 38%, 38.1% were under the age of 18. I didn't catch the percentage that fell within the 18 to 24 year transitional age youth. If my totals are correct, you're close to 50%, your population.
It's 18% between 18 to 24,
Okay,
18.6.
Yeah, you're a little over 50% of your occupancies being between 18 and 24. Now, at my friend's house, how many rooms are there? How many youth can you house there? And
8.
You can house up to 8. So are you at capacity there?
We're currently not. Our funding stream did end for there, and we're in the process of getting more funding streams for that, as well as remodeling some of the plumbing for the downtown area. But yes, we project to have it backfilled up within a couple months.
Okay, and then how many beds are taken up by the youth at Opportunity House if it's 38%?
Currently, there's 45 individuals that are living at Opportunity House and that fall into the transitional age youth category. There's probably 3.
And my final question, and they're all focused on our young people. Youth that reside in Vacaville beyond at the age of 18, at the age of 18 or between 18 and 24 are not housed by the county after they turn 18. And so how do they get into the transitional age program? Because that is a funding source from the state that comes to the county.
So you're talking about for foster youth?
So yes.
So they would be enrolled automatically via the organizations that work with the transitional age youth funding streams. And so we provide the house that they could potentially live at, but we don't provide the funding stream that comes attached to the individual.
So, but if they were never a foster youth?
Right. So we work closely with Resource Connect Solana, which is our county's coordinated entry system. And so anybody that calls currently now. Anybody that would call 211 or access coordinated entry could say, I'm 20 years old and I don't have a place to live. They would be put into the coordinated entry system, and then we would refer directly to us for housing.
Okay. Are you connected with First Place for Youth?
We
for
have
this
worked with
age
them.
group?
Mhm.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Wiley?
Thank you for the report and for your work. It was really appreciated in the community. I have just a couple of questions. So you said on one of the reports, 42% success rate. And then is the success rate mostly figured by they've moved into housing? Is that what determines success rate? And part of that probably is because there's not housing available. It would be a higher success rate had probably if we had more housing available for those.
Potentially.
And then I wanted to know about staff. How many paid staff do you have and how many volunteer staff do you have to run the program?
So we have currently 45 staff members, about 20 of which are at our thrift stores. So then about the other 25 are at the shelter and with our programs. The majority of our shelter is paid staff. We do have volunteer groups that come in or volunteer individuals that come in to help. A lot of times local organizations will come in and cook meals, cook dinner, help clean, help paint, do a lot of those type of projects. And then our day-to-day volunteers, we have about 15 that work at our thrift store, almost like a full-time job.
So the staff that you have that work at the shelter, are they mostly full-time or part-time, or is it kind of a mix? Or?
It's about half and half.
About half and half. All right. And then the other thing on your resident breakdown and the disability status, you said a lot of them, some of them go into sober living environments. And so when you look at the stats, 4% say alcohol use disorder, and then 12% say both alcohol and drugs. So that's 16%. But you've got 32% that say that they have mental health disorders. And I wonder what kind of support you have for those who have mental health disorders. Is there support for you for those people?
Yeah, so we work closely with Solano County Behavioral Health and their homeless and housing department, which is now recently contracted with Abode. And so a lot of our referrals come from Abode. And so they're already connected to a mental health clinician, a peer support specialist, and then where they're housing.
Oh, so then they continue with that. And so you also said about 8.5 months. So if someone has that support and mental health support, then that really enables them to make strides to exit the program.
Yeah.
That's the goal. All right. Thank you very much. Those were my questions. Oh, that's my question.
Okay.
And I'll just add a question. How is the transition with the storehouse affecting the business?
It's going really well. We're very excited for Vacaville Neighborhood Boys and Girls Club. Our lease was currently going to be ending in August of this year to begin with. We knew Vacaville Neighborhood Boys and Girls Club was looking for a property as well. So to be able to help them find our current landlord and make sure that the property stays as a community benefit for our city was a win-win for everybody.
And the reason I ask is because this presentation tonight is always going to generate questions about how are we doing in the area of supporting those who are either unhoused or precariously housed, which is it's the world that you operate in and understand. But operationally, clearly there's a long-standing relationship and we do appreciate the work. Is there anything that the changing environment, the storehouse goes away, what is the future funding for a model like yours?
So we do still currently have our thrift store that's in Fairfield, so that you can still shop there and donate there. But we are looking at diversifying different revenue streams in regards to federal grants, local grants, donors, philanthropic, all of that type of stuff. So it's just continued work, and on a higher level at the state or larger legislative.
State and federal.
Larger, most grants only come about a year for local nonprofits. And so having funding streams that are more than just a year long really are helpful.
Great. I think Vice Mayor Chapman, you may have had another question.
Aside from funds, what would you say is your greatest need at this time to operate Opportunity House?
Today it's actually toilet paper. We're really short on that right now. But generally what we need is socks and underwear and undergarments. Those are freshly brand new undergarments are probably the least amount of donated items that we need because you need them brand new.
I'm going to go ahead and open this up to the public for comment and see if there are anyone in the public. So seeing none, I'll go ahead and bring it back to the council. I want to say thank you for the work you're doing in the presentation. Sorry that we didn't get to see the video, but appreciate the update. Thank you very much. And with that, we do need to take action on this. And so I'm just going to ask that.
Motion to accept the report.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right. Thank you very much. And we'll move on to item 8B.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council, this next item before you tonight is a resolution renewing the City of Vacaville's military equipment use policy. We have Captains Kellis and Lieutenant Willis from our police department here to make a presentation for you.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, and members of the council. Lieutenant Willis will be providing you the update for this year's military use data.
Got uploaded.
Right. The irony is just Public Works and Community Development probably have the most experience with the system. So that's why they always have 5 or 6 items lined up.
There it is. All right, got it. It just wasn't on desktop. It should be it. Yeah. Okay. Should be set. I think you did introductions already. Okay. Thank you for having us, Mr. Mayor, council members, members of the public. The purpose of this short presentation is to, although required by state law, to go over the military equipment use policy, the ordinance renewal, and the annual equipment use report. It's a short presentation that will highlight our requirements as a police department to continue using a lot of this very important equipment. And then obviously your role in this, in approving the resolution, which allows us to do that. By statute, California Government Code 7071, the Vacaville Police Department is required to get annual approval from the City Council by renewal of an ordinance to continue use of the equipment based on the review of an annual military equipment report, which you all have been provided and is available on our website. According to the requirements of 7071, the City Council shall, at least once annually, review the ordinance, the policy, and the annual military equipment report prepared by the Vacaville Police Department and determine by resolution the following. The first is whether the use of military equipment in the past year has complied with the policy and whether to continue the ordinance and policy or to take action by ordinance to modify the policy or to repeal the ordinance. Consistent with California Government Code 7072, which is a portion of this law that was passed in 2021, requires us to submit a controlled equipment report or military equipment report that addresses the following. The use of the equipment, complaints or concerns regarding the use of the equipment, results of internal audits on the use of the equipment, projected annual costs for the equipment, quantity of equipment possessed by the agency, and the intention to purchase additional equipment in the following year, if not already approved by council. This presentation satisfies the requirement from the law to hold at least one community engagement meeting, at which time the public may discuss and ask questions regarding the annual military equipment report and the Vacaville Police Department's funding, acquisition, or use of any military equipment. I do want to point out a caveat to this is a lot of this equipment participates in dozens and dozens of community engagement events throughout the year. It's available to the public to ask questions about, and we actually encourage it. So they do have other opportunities to satisfy this requirement. So what is Assembly Bill 481? On September 30th and 21, Governor Newsom signed 8 police reform bills to include this one. It's codified in 7070 through 7075 of the Government Code. AB 481 is still a bill that requires law enforcement agencies to create a policy, inventory list, and a yearly report on what is now deemed military equipment by this bill. The use of equipment must be approved by the City Council. The policy and equipment list must be posted on the department's website, which it has been. And an open community meeting must be held where questions can be asked and answered. Our recommendation at the end of this presentation, which will obviously open up to questions or comments of how this equipment is used, and I can give you specific examples, but it is to adopt the subject resolution renewing ordinance number 1978, adopting and approving the Vacaville Police Department military equipment list, use policy, and the Vacaville Police Department annual military equipment use report. Any questions?
Yeah, so appreciate the legal jargon. How has this actually helped potentially save lives?
Oh, I have countless examples. Just to inform the public, there's I believe 14 categories of equipment they've deemed by title military equipment, and that includes everything from less lethal tools to robots to drones to armored vehicles, firearms. And off the top of my head, a lot of this falls under, is used more often by our SWAT team. I'm the current SWAT commander, hence the liaison for this military equipment. But it's used, I would say, in dozens and dozens of occasions over just the last year alone, where, in a tactical environment at least, a lot of this equipment is used to safely resolve the situation, de-escalate the situation, save the lives of not only potential innocent victims, but citizens, and ultimately the suspect. Just a quick example off the top of my head, we're January 28th now. I believe, I'm counting correctly, we're up to 5 what would be deemed tactical call-outs, 3 of which were served by our team, but related to Vacaville. There's one that comes to mind in the beginning of January where we used almost all this, everything from our armored vehicle to explosives to safely breach the door for an armed individual who was shooting at other people from a barricaded position in a home. A robot was used, drones were used to fly into the home to identify where this individual was, could confirm that he was armed with a firearm. And then the robot ultimately was used to communicate with this individual, deploy chemical agents, and a variety of other things were used to resolve this incident, which he did surrender peacefully and, for the most part, unharmed, other than the effects of chemical agents. So that's just one example of many. I know I've told some in the past when putting on this presentation, but more often than not, it's actually, I'd say a vast majority of this equipment is used to save lives in a variety of ways.
Just to clarify, the example he just gave was for a neighboring agency that requested our assistance because they didn't have the same equipment we did.
And for clarification, this is a summary report based upon law, but generally speaking, the SWAT team would always conduct an after action, and there's documentation anytime equipment or the systems are deployed. Is that correct?
That's correct. And to even be more clear about some of the equipment used, I'm using SWAT examples, but a lot of this equipment, less lethal tools are deployed throughout many divisions in our department. We use them, but also we as in SWAT. But for instance, 40 mil launchers, pepper ball guns, noise flash, what we refer to as flashbangs are used by patrol, detective divisions, all kinds of other areas of the department to resolve their situations safely.
I appreciate that. Councilmember Wiley.
Thank you for the information. And part of the time you talked about that it was also used for training. So are there requirements for how much training or how often the training has to be used? And it's pretty costly every time the training is used, or is it not as expensive as actually using the equipment? Or
To answer the first question, yes, there is training involved with all the equipment. What level of training is required is varies. Obvious examples, breachers who use explosives have a lot of training to use that tool, and it's limited to them. Versus the armored car, EVOC happens once a year. We teach everyone to drive it, and so it's a little less frequent. Post has requirements on certain things, firearms training, things of that nature that's required to happen on a certain frequency. Our department historically trains much more than post standards. Hopefully that answered the first part. To the second part, as far as cost, I wouldn't know what the scale of what expensive is, but public safety, especially police public safety, the equipment can be expensive. Even, we're required to train, especially on the SWAT team with our firearms. Bullets aren't cheap. We do train a lot so that they're mission ready and capable and competent to resolve some very complicated critical incidents, we'll call them those. So I couldn't give you the exact dollar amount, but if you look at that military equipment report, one of the categories for every item listed is what the training requirements are, and then who, meaning is it everybody, every sworn officer, or is it just SWAT who is allowed to operate those tools?
all right. I guess it was probably at a conference that there was a police presentation and they did a video training and just talked about how realistic it really was. I mean, it really showed videos of that, but then they didn't have to use the equipment per se, because they weren't actually shooting things. And they just talked about that. So it was really interesting, but I'm sure there's a high cost to that as well. So that was my first question. And then my second question is just an observation. You didn't mention the robot that was used. So it's just in the report, it says the Vantage Patrol robot was used in excess of 5 times in 2024. So was it used 6 times or 60 or 600? It just seems odd that the measurement is it was used in excess of 5 times.
So the challenge with this report, because like a lot of state statutes, it's not very specific on what they're asking from us, is that some of these things are almost for sure impractical, but impossible to measure. For instance, how many bullets I have in the police department right now. Someone could have just loaded something and we're now down 10 in our inventory. So that's one example. The robot, if you see anything in that report that says 5 or more times, 10 or more times, the number it's been used operationally that we remember or documented is probably closer to that 5 number. Why we say 5 or more times, because the law doesn't specify, is this every time I take it out? Is this if I want to drive it around the parking lot? It doesn't specify what they mean by deploy. Is it for training? So when you see that number on any of those items, the whole number, or at least 25 times, is probably how many times, not probably, will be the amount of times it's been used in an actual operation.
In an incident?
Yes.
All right. Oh, thanks for clarifying that. That was my question.
Councilmember Ritchie.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. So last year, I had a comic relief. I was very serious. I asked if you guys need a tank, and you guys said no. But one of the comments you guys have said about training, as I'm staring at your SWAT badge, reminds me how important that is. Like, just like the Spartans, you bleed more in practice was less in war. You guys need to train, and train as a cost, but having the fact you guys are trained equipment to make sure that when the time comes, we're almost a Super Bowl season. Like the whole team comes home safe. You guys run the play, you know what to do, and it's flawless. You know, I think it's amazing. These like the show of force, you have the equipment. Last year I talked about like flare guns, not like physical flare, like the infrared guns, like you can see through walls and you can see people behind walls using like the guns for heat energy. Drones, like what tools do you need to create more safety? One of my best friends is a SWAT officer down in LA. And one time I told him, your main job is to make it home. And so the heavier you can go in, the more prepared you are, the more possibility and probability you can see your kids. It's like, what do you need from us to make sure that everyone that puts on the badge and goes after the big issue crimes gets home?
Sure. You guys have been, by you guys, I mean council has been extremely supportive when it comes to this equipment. For the whole PD, the SWAT team, I don't think you guys have ever told us no. We are very particular and diligent about what we come to you for. If we think it's something we need, we'll ask for it. But we're not going to come to you with just extra stuff to have it. I would say the biggest advantage in the last 5 years, besides all the less lethal tools, obviously a new armored car we needed that. But the technology is a game changer for not just patrol, but for SWAT incidents. Again, I have plenty of examples, but there are many examples where technology of various forms, had we not had them and been able to use them 10 years ago, that same incident would have likely ended into some kind of lethal encounter, either for a suspect or a police officer.
Yeah, and the examples, like one of my friends here in town, he's Richmond PD, and he explains how much technology has saved and kept them safe. There's a problem. They're really understaffed, and they're able to fly a drone. And also you get a call, hey, there's a problem, there's a nuisance, there's a sideshow, come and break it up. So 2 cops are that whole north part of Richmond that night. And they think, okay, we'll go down there. In the old days, they would have rolled down their blind and figure it out. Now they can park, do a drone, realize, no, that's 100 people. It's 2 a.m. That's not safe. So that keeps them safe. And like those technologies and tools, I hear stories about Richmond right now. Like it's amazing how much that technology keeps you guys safe. So like these are the tools, like just ask, you know.
No, I appreciate that. Yeah, I like I said, we could always use more of some of the things we have, but we're very well-equipped SWAT team, thanks to the council and city leadership. So, you know, if there is asks, it would be likely in categories like that. For example, we possess 1 robot, and so it was recently out of service for, you know, a week. So we can, when we have redundancy in certain areas, we can ensure that we can keep using those tools in the way they need to be used if a spontaneous incident happens. But outside of things like that, we're very well prepared. So thank you.
Councilmember Freeman.
Yes, I read through this line by line and went through the whole thing, and very impressive. And I did have a question on your DJI, the Mavic. I noticed the costs on those were like $3,500, and there was a couple others. The Mavic 2 was $6,500, but then there's one, the DJI Matrix 350, and this is like $307,000. And so I'm just curious. I mean, because I don't understand drones, so this must be something close to being able to, I don't know, haul a person or a package or something. But
yes.
also, yeah. So I'm just curious about that.
Yeah. So the way the formatting is, there's not a lot of room for explanations. I apologize. These are the types of drones we possess. It says the quantity. And drones can range, like you said, with the indoor ones, which have actually been extremely beneficial for certain incidents, are fairly cheap. They're about $1,000 a piece. The one you're referring to, the $300,000 one is a drone we should be receiving soon for the Arctic program and the drone first responder program. And that's the cost of a lease. A lot of that equipment, someone correct me if I'm wrong, is leased on purpose versus we buy a single drone. Some of that stuff for ongoing technology projects like the Arctic, that equipment's leased. That way, when the technology advances, we then receive the newer version of that. Go ahead.
I can speak to that a little further. That's for the Real-Time Information Center that was funded by the VSCC grant that we received from the state. So that's not coming out of general fund money. That's coming out of the $4 million grant we received from the state. And that's the drone for first responders that you spoke of from Richmond is what we're in the process of acquiring here. We've already signed the contract for a long-term lease for that program. We'll be doing another presentation, I believe in April, to get into more detail, but that drone specifically will be stationed on the roof of Travis Credit Union and will allow us to send out a drone prior to officers responding, just as Councilmember Ritchie described, but it's a very costly program that we have a lease through for several years that is funded by the grant.
Don't get me wrong, I'm not criticizing it. I think it's great. I mean, I know that that has the potential to save lives. I just was curious about it, you know, so, but I also like the fact that we can fly a drone in and blow a door open instead of sending an officer in and send a drone inside of whether it be a house or an apartment or whatever, and we can fly a drone in there and take a look at what's going on before we send personnel in there. And I just think that's just awesome technology. So, you know, the robot, I was thinking about that, you know, it's got to traverse over clothing. I mean, if it comes to my house and goes into one of my kids' room, it might have troubles, you know, but I just think that the same thing, you know, and it can release canisters and again, you know, protect our staff, our officers. So I just think it's fantastic. And then the last one was on the armored vehicle that requires a Class A driver's license, correct?
The what we refer to as commonly referred to as the MRAP, which we still possess, that does require a Class A license to drive. There's ambiguity on in an emergency situation what's required, but we do have a couple Class A drivers that when it's deployed, which is very rare now. I think this year we only used it twice. We primarily used the Bearcat that we received, but we make sure there's a Class A driver. But yeah, because of its weight, it's Class A.
Councilmember Stockton.
Yes, thank you for the presentation and the report. Is this equipment essential in your policies and procedures in responding to critical incidents?
Yes.
Okay, and does that include saving a bunch of school kids if there's some sort of active shooter on a school campus or in the outlets or something like that?
It would. This equipment would be used. Yes.
And how many kids can you fit in that Bearcat?
A lot.
Do you need a bigger one? I know the county has a bigger one. Do you need a bigger one?
They do. I don't think we need a bigger one, no. Quite a few people fit in there.
Are some of the allied agencies similar equipment available if you need it?
Yeah, so nothing in this report is unique in the sense that it's used in contemporary law enforcement across the nation. But when it comes to some of this equipment, as the captain shared, we use it in other jurisdictions that need it. And on the flip side, we ask them and they return the favor if we need their equipment. We just use Vallejo's Bearcat in an operation. We use Solano's Bear all the time. Many, at least SWAT incidents could benefit from multiple pieces of armor to keep everyone safe because there is a lot of us that arrive on scene. So that's pretty common that we share those resources.
And is the use of this equipment fall within best practices in law enforcement for responding?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and open it up to the public for any comment on this item. Seeing none, I'll go ahead and bring it back to the council. Appreciate the report. We've received it and reviewed it, and certainly the questions have demonstrated the ongoing support of it. I do believe that I had coined the phrase years ago, it's an armored rescue vehicle, because it can fit a lot of people in it. And it is great to see that we have advancing equipment, and I am interested to see what the Arctic is going to demonstrate out of these technologies that are not new, they're new to us, but it's just demonstrates the safety support here in Vacaville from the council. We do need a motion to adopt the resolution authorizing the renewal of the military equipment use policy ordinance number 1978. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
A motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Thank you very much. With that, we'll move on to item C, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. This next item before you is a resolution to execute a professional services agreement and a budget augmentation with EPS for the preparation of fiscal analysis studies for the East of Leisure Town specific plan area. We have Aaron Morris, our Community Development Director, and Albertino, our Senior Planner.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. The item before you tonight is related to the East of Leisure Town Road growth area. It's a professional fiscal services contract. And specifically, we're requesting from council that you authorize the city manager or designee to execute a professional services agreement with Economic Planning Services, that's EPS, to prepare a fiscal and funding impact analysis and development impact fee update. The contract amount is $302,000, and it would help with the analysis for the East of Leisure Town growth area specific plan. I won't go through all the background. The last that we left the City Council in the saga of the East of Leisure Town project was in August of 2024. At that time, we were bringing back to City Council 3 contracts. That was us building our team. That included Dahlin to help prepare the specific plan, as well as Stantec to help lead the environmental analysis. And also we had a contract planner to help with the planning process. It's a very large project that contains a bunch of different complex components. And so staff can't do it alone. We need a big team. So at that time in August, we brought those 3 contracts. Those 3 contracts have been executed, and we have our team and we're working on this project. Since that last time, we held a community meeting to share our progress with the community. That was held at the Three Oaks Community Center on December of last year. A refresh of what we're talking about, we're on the East of Leisure Town area. The orange line is our current city limits, and the green line is our urban growth boundary. And you'll see the area in question that is in this East of Leisure Town growth area is identified with a yellow hatch mark. And there are 3 property owners, the Racing Chen, the Donaldson Ramos, and the AMP Children's, that are not located within our city limits, but are within the growth area, our potential expansion for those. And those property owners are the 3 that approached the city with a proposal to ask about developing those properties in April of last year. That kind of led through this process. And so there are 2 other notes in here, the Fields at Alamo Creek and the Roberts Ranch School site are 2 other areas that we've seen some activity going on. We didn't want to leave those out, but this is primarily related to those 3 properties in the growth area. A reminder on the scale and the scope of this overall project, it includes those 3 property owners, 550 acres approximately, could yield over around 5,000 units. There's a variety of different development entitlements that will eventually need to go before the City Council. That's identified on your screen. And there's a lot of different complex technical studies that will have to be analyzed to determine how are we going to make this work, can it work? And there's a bunch of different outreach components that are going to have to occur. We did our first one in December, updating the community, but we're still going to have a bunch of different community outreach meetings, public hearings, and things like that. As I mentioned earlier, we need a team to help with this analysis, and it started with consultant services to help with staff. Council previously approved 3 contracts with management advisory services for the planning and the project management. The specific plan is with the Dahlin Group. They're preparing that right now, as well as Stantec Consulting that's helping with the environmental analysis. This is all being funded by the property owner team. Developers are fully funding the entitlement process. They provided an initial deposit for all of this and ongoing future deposits for the continual work, and there's expected to be no impact to the city's general fund. There are other aspects of this project that we need help on too. And that's related to the fiscal analysis and the engineering services. Engineering has been deferred to the next council meeting. We're still doing some work on that, but for tonight's presentation, we're talking about the fiscal analysis. So for large projects like this, we have to figure out how the city is going to be able to maintain this type of land in the beginning phase as well as the eventual build out. And this fiscal and funding impact analysis will help determine what kind of impact is going to occur on the city. So we issued a request for proposals on October 22nd of last year and received proposals on December 4th. Economic Planning Services came out on top with a $302,000 scope of work. Really, the selection process found that they had a lot of experience with the city of Vacaville, as well as their submittal was highly qualified. Now, as part of the scope of work that's included in the staff report, we wanted to mention a bunch of different key deliverables, but the first thing that is intended to occur with this is we're looking for EPS to develop the best practices for community facility districts to help the city, not only with this particular project, but the long run when it comes to the discussion about community facility districts. How can they be applied to other projects? Other key deliverables include what's going to be the cost to provide services for near-term and build-out of the overall project, how the project will be funded for that infrastructure financing for the installation of roads, sewer, water. It's also EPS is also expected to help us out with a tax sharing agreement with Solano County and also identify what kind of development impact fee is going to be needed for other improvements that will need to occur around the project. That is the scope of services in a nutshell of what we're requesting City Council to do tonight is to allow the city manager or a designee to execute this contract with EPS for this East Elysiatown specific plan project. That concludes my presentation. We're here to answer any questions.
I'll just start with thank you for that. And I know for some it looks like it's a hefty price tag, but there's a lot that's wrapped into it. Can you clarify who's paying for this ultimately?
The developer, the applicant team, the property owners will be.
Yeah, thank you for that. I know that this front end of the process, and at what point will you be coming back to the City Council with some responses to this?
We anticipate coming to council for an update on the overall specific plan as soon as the first meeting in March, possibly. And we anticipate coming back to council with the first deliverable, the CFD best practices, within about 3 months of this contract being executed. So that's estimated to be in either late March or early April.
Great, thank you. Let me go ahead and open up to the public for any comment.
I understand that the city needs the information in these reports, but what I do not understand is why the city is paying for it. Because these developers came to the city with a hard sell. Why is the city putting out anything for this? The developers are going to make a fortune on this. Let them pay it. There's, in between item C and item D, that's over $700,000. And I'm sure there's going to be other stuff that the city's going to pay for that's going to bring it into $1 million and more. Why?
Yeah, thank you. All right, seeing none, we go ahead and bring it back to the council. And just for a clarification comment, maybe you can expand on how this is being funded initially, but the process is this is built in. So ultimately, we're not paying for it. But can you explain the process?
Yes, the city is entering into the contracts with consultants to help prepare this effort, and therefore we're in control of and are managing the consultants who are developing the specific plan. However, every penny that's being spent in these contracts is being provided by the 3 private entities that are funding this. In addition to funding the cost of the consultant contracts, which is all part of the funding agreement that was executed, the developers are also paying for staff time, which is being tracked on a daily and monthly basis. So it's not just these contracts the developers are paying for, they're also paying for every 15 to 30 to an hour increment of time that staff and all the development departments are spending on the project. The goal is that this is cost neutral to the city, but that ultimately the project that will come forward in the future will be beneficial to the city.
Right, and if you could tie it cleanly together, because we're asking for $302,000 tonight, but to the gentleman's point, it sounds like we're paying for it in a staff report, but can you explain how, yes, that's the ask, but how is it being managed internally?
Yeah.
So that there's funding that's being put in there by the developers and then being managed by the city?
And I'm not a finance expert, so I tend to use the term buckets, which we don't literally have buckets of cash at the city of Vacaville to dispel any myths about that. But essentially, we have a special fund. I'll use that term that might not be finance's term. We have collected deposits from each of the 3 developers, and we have a pot of money, and it doesn't total the 1.6 million or whatever the total is so far in contracts. And then on a monthly basis, we look at how much we spent on our contracts and our staff time, and the developers through the funding agreement will give us more funds as needed to continue to pay the bills. So, and also the funding agreement specifies that if for some reason they stop putting funds in, work stops completely. So again, we've built in quite a few protections to ensure that the general fund, taxpayers of Vacaville will not be paying for this project.
Great, thank you. Mr. City Manager, did you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, just a quick note that it's very similar to our grant process, the budget augmentation. So it's very similar that we're receiving outside money. So the budget augmentation is just to recognize that that money is coming from another source. It's going into this purpose, as the Community Development Director mentioned. So that's the notation for the budget augmentation. It's not to ask the council for additional funds for this project.
Thank you. Just in the interest of the question, that's why I think it provides clarification, not only to you, but to everyone, how it's managed. So thank you for the update. And Councilmember Ritchie?
Motion to approve 8.
Motion is accepted. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No, seeing none, thank you very much. And I know that item D has been moved to February 11th, so we'll move on to item E. Mr. City Manager?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. This next item before you is follow-up on the request of council at your last meeting to review and discuss the possible amendments to the commission appointment policy. Georgianne Meggersmith, our Assistant City Manager, is here with the presentation for you.
Good evening, Mayor Carley, Vice Mayor Chapman, and council members. At the last council meeting, you agendized bringing back the commission appointment policy for discussion. And my plan tonight is to give you a little bit of background and then on how the policy came to be, and then briefly walk you through the process to frame your discussion. There are currently 2 commissions that are active and included in the Vacaville Municipal Code, the Planning Commission and the Parks and Rec Commission. Second. The appointment process is described in the municipal code as members of the commission shall be appointed by the mayor with approval of the city council, and this process is specifically outlined in the California Government Code. After the council transitioned from at-large to districts, the council expressed interest in a process that provides council member involvement, district representation, and transparency. At the November 9th, 2021 council meeting, staff presented a draft commission appointment process for council consideration. And then we brought it back again based on your feedback to December 14th, 2021 meeting, where council approved a further updated commission appointment policy. The overarching goal of the policy is that commissioners shall be appointed to staggered terms on a by-district basis, such that the city council member from each district and the at-large mayor shall each have a representative appointed from the pool of applicants nominated by the individual council member or mayor. That's a mouthful. So the process, a current list of applicants is established each year. Applications may be submitted to the city clerk, beginning with the posting of the appointment list. The application period is published. It's open for at least 30 days. Applicants are required to complete and return a separate application for each commission they desire to serve on. And incumbents seeking reappointment also are required to file an application. All members of the city council will receive all the qualified applications. The mayor, the nominating council members, and commission staff liaison will review the applications and can schedule or waive interviews. After the application review and interviews, the nominating council member may recommend up to 3 applicants from their district when possible to move forward in the process. In the event that the council member determines there is no qualified applicant within their district, the council member may nominate qualified applicants from other districts as well. And the mayor also may recommend up to 3 applicants that reside anywhere within the city. Knowing that council wanted a more transparent process, applications of the recommended candidates are provided to the city council and made part of the council agenda for review, interview, and consideration at a properly noticed city council meeting that's open to the public. After that review, interview, and consideration, the mayor will appoint 1 member from the applicant pool nominated by each council member. That appointment then has to be ratified by a majority vote of the council present. Terms of office for members of the Planning Commission and Parks and Recreation Commission is 2 years. The terms are staggered so that all terms do not expire in any 1 year. And districts up for appointment in 2025 are 1, 3, and 5. Vacancies, if a vacancy occurs less than 6 months after a term, the selection process will begin from the applications on file. If a vacancy occurs after more than 6 months of a term, the vacancy will be posted and the application and nomination process begins again. Removal of commissioners, it's not really addressed in the commission appointment policy, but the Vacaville Municipal Code does state that a member of the commission may be removed at any time by a majority vote of the council. There is no action required tonight. However, council may provide feedback and/or direction to staff. And with that, I'll turn it back to you for discussion.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for even the addition on how you manage it. It seems like sometimes things may not be in a policy, but there's somewhere else that we can point to, because that sometimes has been a question. I asked for this to come back to the council for discussion. Having been on the council now for a couple of years and a few cycles of this process, it's created questions as to what is the practice in some of the observations that I've had, and so this is a discussion for us. But I will say that some of the challenges that I've seen is, the selection process. And I even went back and looked at some of the members of this council that helped to form this policy. Like any new policy, I don't have an issue with the intent of the policy. And then there's so much of the policy that it seems to be no reason to even continue to add to the discussion for feedback if there is support to change, amend, update, or understand the issues of the policy. Length of time, rotation, the process for vacancies, all those things seem to be straightforward. One of the challenges that I saw over the last few years, first of all, was being by district, and this even goes back to former council member Vice Mayor Sullivan at the time said, there's times when there's 6 vacancies or there's 6 applicants in one district and there's no applicants in another district. So it was an observation even then. And so I think we've seen a few things over the last few years that as a council, what is the interest and how can this be a transparent process, one that includes the council to help inform, because some of the concern is the idea of new districts is, well, let's just create commissioners that follow a district process. And my observation is this, and that's why, I brought it up, and I have a few recommendations, consideration, and that is, why are we limiting a candidate pool? And that was an option, I think, back in 21, was do you want to do it by district or at large? And I would submit that the at-large process means that you're looking throughout the whole city for those who have experience sitting on commission. The thought, I don't want to presume this, but to say that, well, let's pick them by address in a district if somehow that's going to create, some measure of, representation. I would also suggest that that's really not the purpose of the commission. The purpose of a commission is to review and evaluate projects that come before the council. And we are the decision, we are the deciding body unless, let's say, the planning commission is going to follow the set of rules and policies and direction that we set. So we really are that group that's doing that. And so my observation is and it's not about anyone that's on any of the commissions. It really isn't. It's if the idea was for transparency, I've seen in the last few years where there's members who have interviewed candidates alone without anybody else participating in an interview process. And I asked the question, is that more transparent or less transparent? The previous way was the mayor and the vice mayor would do the interviews. And so now it's to each their own. Anyone can interview anyone else, and there's no oversight, there's no consistency, there's no transparency, and there's no involvement of the council. It's moved into, this is my commissioner. And that's not the intention of a commission. And so my position is, and my proposal is how can we achieve all those goals? To be transparent is that there should be at least 2 people on every interview. And I've enjoyed some of the interviews that I've participated on, and there's been times I've asked to be on interviews and have been told no. And so that raised some concern of mine on how do we function as a council and have a commission, and what was so broken about the past. So if the idea is to create a diversity of thought, experience, and background, is in the odd years, the council members that, just like this year, 1, 3, and 5, would participate in the interview process. And so that would, instead of it being a vice mayor, it could easily be the mayor and any one of the 3 that are associated with this would be the annual renewal of a vacant position, and your district represents that. Well, you actually represent the diverse views and values of who you would want to interview, and we interview them collectively to ensure that potentially, if you're looking at the mayor, myself, or a mayor in the future, may or may not interview someone, but you choose to, so we interview them. I think it affords the ability to look broader into the entire city instead of putting pockets of saying, well, District 2, you applied here, so we can't look at you if I'm the at-large mayor because you didn't apply it at large. And yet this is what we found is the well-intended process. And so a very simple solution is the application process is good for anyone in the city. There's one candidate pool, and depending upon an even year, an even group of the members of the council would be part of the process to interview. And it's a question that I had asked to make sure that we don't violate anything. Continue it on a business item, so it's not something that's at the end of the night. It's something where the community has interaction and can speak into it, so it doesn't silence the voice of the public. And interviews, if there needed to be, could be upwards of 3 of us on the council if there was a desire to interview any particular candidate because of a belief that that would be a good candidate. I think that it would further inform me in those interviews what we or I or you like about a candidate as this process moves forward. So an at-large pool, a process where anyone who is interviewed, it doesn't mean everyone has to be interviewed, but anyone who is interviewed, there is at least 2, and if there's a representative of the district that falls within the even or odd year. And it creates a very simple policy that's trying to achieve those goals. That's the highlight of it. Because I've also noticed that, I'm just concerned that from a public perspective that then we have a district commissioner, and it sounds as if that there's some either authority in a district commissioner or that there's an access to a district commissioner as a proxy to an elected official, and it creates a layer of a quasi-elected level that doesn't need to be there because this is the elected body. And if the concern is am I really being represented? I would suggest that the process, as it's codified into the government code, it actually would be more transparent than the old way, where you didn't have a voice and it was whoever the vice mayor was, and certainly more transparent than the current way, which is you may interview someone all by yourself and not include anyone else, and that isn't very transparent to the public. I'd just like to see a better way of doing it. Those are the recommendations. I have some kind of other thoughts if it creates a discussion that needs well, what about this situation? Or what about that situation? I'd open it up for a discussion. Ultimately, I have another, area of concern as far as how it's presented, but I'll just start with that and I'll open it up. Vice Mayor Chapman.
Thank you. I see your point in regards to transparency. I can see, with the present policy, the way it operates, having individuals from each of the districts that would be interested in serving on the commission, I like that. I really do, if they reside in the district. As far as the transparency part, I can see having more than just the one person who has the vacancy that year, like 135. Whoever's available of the council member, the mayor, can sit in on the interview after they have gone through the applications, narrow it down maybe to the top 3, I think, or the planning, no, it was for Parks and Rec. I think I did interview 3. And then I narrowed it down. So if you interview 3, if you select 3 and you have others, other council members or the mayor, to participate in the interview for that person, and then a recommendation come from the 3 of you. But I still like having a reference, if possible, like I didn't have anyone. And so I took at large and just happened to have been one of the people that had signed up, I think, for Greg's district at the time. No, you weren't up then. But
you did. You selected somebody outside.
Yeah,
So the point, the clarification and the point is don't disagree with that. The problem lies in is for each of you on this council, you are having an opportunity to look based upon your view, your lens, to assist in an evaluation process of an interview. But then you singularly are eliminating your ability to look at the broad perspective and narrowly saying, I have to start, because that's what the council chose in 21, is do you want to be able to look at everyone? Or do you just want to say it by district? And if the thought was, well, by district, because then it's going to be someone that represents me, I don't know that that's the intent now. But what happens is the pool is small, and that's the thing that even Vice Mayor Sullivan said was, there's 6 and there's none and there's 1. And so the disparity is we may have to come back and look at it. And I read his comments and he was not wrong, because there were people who put in for a district, and then there was the same, out of 3, one of the 3 put in for the district and the at-large. And per policy, I was directed, well, you can't look at that until you look at this, because they didn't apply for the at-large. And so what we're doing is we're creating up by policy a limiting factor that simply says, if you're a resident of the city of Vacaville, submit an application. And so that's the first reason why I say, why are we limiting ourselves in that? Why not just have an open, application process? I don't know that there is a disadvantage to a simple candidate pool across the city. And while you're thinking about that, I think Councilmember Wiley, you put your light on, and there's a few other lights. I don't know which order. Hold on a second. Councilmember Silva, I think you were next.
I don't, just gonna, okay, so I think.
I'll come back to you.
Just taking a step back from everything, like, I think number one, the whole purpose why the city of Vacaville went to districts was to have diverse representation. Whether I like or agree with what any other council member recommends for us to suggest, I'm gonna respect that. And I think it's more, if there's any issues that we have with any of our commissioners, how they're operating or how they're representing, That's why I think having like at least an annual joint session to talk about what are the issues, what are concerns, those topics that come up, we have yet to have anything structured in that way. The past 4 years that I've been on this council. So I think like maybe some of these concerns that you're highlighting in a general sense or hypothetical sense, maybe those can be addressed in more of a collaboration on how what is the relationship between the commission body and council member. But whoever anybody here wants to suggest or recommend, I'm going to respect that decision as a fellow colleague and as you individually as a elected representative for that portion of our city. I think that's something that will only strengthen our city as we continue to grow and diversify, and how we figure out how we best serve all our residents moving forward. Totally understand what you're saying about we set the policy, they're supposed to do it, but they're also not supposed to rubber stamp anything. That's not our job. So I think in that sense, that's why I find it valuable to have just different perspectives that that we may not even be considering or staffs may not be considering, or something that, you know, there's some type of gap in our policy. And I think, so I'm just kind of beyond that. There was one more thing. Oh, so the at-large thing, that's, so just, and this is where I was still confused, like when people apply, let's say there's, for example, there's 50 applicants. I recall having access to all 50 applicants. However, just our discussion and the spirit of each council member recommending a committee member was to look at their own respective district. I have a question for our HR director. Are there any concerns with how we go about the interview process from an HR perspective, or how we go about selecting, or can I get some perspective from that? Thank you.
For commissioners, they're not considered employees. So that's really governed by the policies that the council directs.
Thank you. Straightforward. So I would just ask the question back to you, Councilmember Silva, from a transparency standpoint to the public. How is the appearance if individual council members are making meetings with people who they choose?
What's to say that's not happening behind the scenes already?
Okay, before this policy, hold on, before this policy went into place, any interview that took place occurred between the mayor and the vice mayor, and that's been a past practice. And so with the adoption of this policy, it seemed to delegate the nominating process to individual council members without any requirement or expectation that there would be consistency. And I asked the question, how does shifting from what it was to where it is now improve transparency if the very language of this guiding policy says is to improve transparency? It actually reduces it. So looking at a good practice after the last few years, why would we engage in a process that actually, we can do it, but it actually reduces transparency? If I were doing interviews and just said, this is my commission appointment, and I don't need anybody to participate in the interviews, I'm doing it myself. If you're a member of the public, does that sound transparent?
So, in my experience, the mayor at the time elected not to, or was not available, or was, you know, elected not to, whatever the situation, wasn't able to, and said, just go ahead and go. I've been in many I've interviewed folks since I was 19 as a logistics supervisor. We had a specific form. That's something that I do to protect myself in the event that anybody has any type of question. So that way, whatever the responses are, I input them. If anybody has any questions, I'm happy to share that with them. I'll just make sure it's, you know, legal. But that's something that I do. That way, if anybody ever has any question about the recommendation, my judgment, my integrity, my character, and how I go about selecting, that's the case. On top of that, if anybody has any question publicly, that's why we talk about it publicly. Here's our recommendations. That's an opportunity for the public to come and speak and question us. And if they don't feel comfortable in front of the podium, they can do it by email. They can call us. They can reach out to any one of us on this council if they, don't feel comfortable approaching us individually. So I think there's different options that we've constantly discussed as part of how we further engage the public. One gap that I think that's I've been challenged with is how do we follow up with those who express interest in getting more involved civically, and how do we provide opportunities for them for that. So I think that's one area of opportunity, but I think that's separate from this particular topic or the discussion point. Those are just my thoughts. I like anybody, whatever you all recommend, basically, especially with HR's feedback, I'm happy to support out of respect for your elected representation.
Well, I just want to, again, what I'm trying to do is make sure that there is the ability to provide something in an update to a policy based upon our experience that does exactly what was the intent of members of this council, that many of you were part of that. So the intent is there, and my desire isn't to take that away. My desire is to actually strengthen it. And so the recommendations that I made, as I have reviewed it and have experienced it the last few years, would make sure that there is that higher level of transparency. Do I believe that the process about how it is done in the public forum, that I disagree with that process. I think the interviews can be done and the recommendations or input can be given back to me as the mayor so that when it's time for nomination, the ratification process occurs. And again, I'm just using my experience. When I joined the council, the prior council member, many of you experienced it for the first time the year before, in which the mayor asked all of you for whatever your multiple recommendations were, but in the end asked you who you nominated. And each of you made your nomination. And a roll call vote was made directly after that. Well, that's not a nomination appointment by the mayor with the ratification council. Publicly, that looks like each individual council member through and a policy that was developed by the council created a system where each person has their own representative. And if you could go back to slide 4, just for clarification, this is the message we're sending when there's not clarity to the public. Commissioners shall be appointed to staggering terms, no problem, on a by-district basis such that the city council member from each district and the at-large mayor shall each have a representative appointed from the pool of applicants nominated by the individual council member or mayor. What I'm telling you is that slide absolutely is in opposition to Government Code 40605. And so our policy says a similar thing, that the terms on a by-district basis such that the city council member from each district and the at-large mayor shall each have a representative appointed. Now, 40605 says specifically, the mayor, with the approval of the city council, shall make all appointments to boards, commissions, and committees unless otherwise specifically provided by statute. That's been the law since 1971. So we created, not me, a policy that is in conflict with state law. So the challenge is that the changes to the process are all well-intentioned. And so I'm trying to say, how can we make sure those things are addressed? But remember, the recommendation comes back to a mayor, any mayor. I'm just currently the mayor, but the law's not new in what that is and you don't abdicate that in the process. The recommendation will always come back to the mayor. And so our policy is confusing and it creates the impression that everyone on this council has a representative. Every member of this council can advise through the ratification process. That is what has been law. Councilmember Ritchie.
Okay, I'll try not to, I was trying to listen to, so I don't repeat too much. So the theme so far is like kind of really transparency, and I get it. I do a lot of interviews on Indeed, and if you want to do it for me, you can go ahead. It's interviewing this. I mean, I see the problem of having like each person in a quiet corner doing the interviews with no one watching. I have no problem if you guys want to. If let's say 1, 3, and 5 are up. If 1, 3, and 5 go through the list, they go to the top 3. They identify the top 3, and then they say, "Listen, D1, Councilmember D1 wants to nominate 3 people. He sets times up, with the help of staff, and then asks the mayor to join." Then I don't have a problem with that. I mean, I'll interview people in front of God or in a closed room. I don't care. I also have the same questions in front of people or behind closed doors. So to me, it doesn't make a difference if I work in partnership with the mayor on anyone who I want to recommend. I guess the word recommend is where another thing, like, you know, there's a requirement or recommendation. We don't have a requirement to have people from the commission or the Parks and Rec have to be D2. I'm actually the case. The commissioner that I recommended for out of the top 3 was actually not for my district. I had a lot of amazing people, and maybe hindsight, I wish the policy allowed us to collaborate a little more. And so I could have said, "Hey, listen, I have a rock star choice 1, but my God, my choice 2, I wish he was on the planning commission somewhere. Hey, is anyone on the fence or feel like they don't have that candidate? You might want to interview this person that might happen to be my district." So I would like to have, I think having that freedom to say that maybe sometimes there's more district members from District 1 or 3 or 2 or 5, as long as it's all transparent, I have no problem with it. But I would like to see, to make sure, like 50 applicants, there's at least the ability to say, we have 13 applicants for District 2 that applied, and every council member gets the opportunity to look at that. I would like to have an emphasis to first look at my district, and if I find the best candidate that fits my district, I would love to see representation in a district in diverse kind of fashion. But I literally chose someone outside my district because I felt during that time it was best fit for the betterment of the city, not for D2, not for having some kind of control because they're in my neighborhood. What's best for the city of Vacaville? So I actually did it myself, so I can't be a hypocrite. You know, it's the other parts about it is, you know, if I pick 3 people and we do it in front of people, or myself and the mayor do it, it's gonna be verbalized. So Councilman of District 2 picked John Doe, Jane Doe, and Jack. And then we'll mention upon his request, John got the best score. The mayor will nominate for District 2, John. We vote yay or nay. So it's not, it would still be a cooperation and a partnership, it's not dictatorship. So like,
Well, let me ask a question then. For clarification, there's words like recommend and there's words like nominate. What I'm suggesting is we clarify what the role is of the council in an advise and nomination for appointment and ratification. The law places into position the ratification process so that if there is the ability to interview and there is experiences and information gleaned in an interview that it really exposes that we've got good candidates out there. I hear what you're saying, but part of the challenge is how many times have we heard I couldn't find any qualified applicants in my district after I interviewed them. Well, everyone's deemed qualified, and then it really comes down to who do you believe in, and that's fit, preference, lived experience, your observation. So that's what an interview is. And so each and every one of us can bring that to an interview. The position is the way the policy is written, the way even this slide suggests is that the process is relying on the council member by district to be the de facto authority as to who the nomination is going to be. And that just isn't what the law says. And so I really do believe good practice starts with good governance, and good policy that doesn't align with what the law is creates confusion. And in the future, we'll just be right back here unless we settle this. And so,
So I get that, but like, so let's say if I review the 50 people, I recommend someone from D3 for me as my top choice. I then would kind of relay information to the mayor. Then under the current like guidelines, you would say, okay.
So imagine I took that under advisement.
Then you say, like, District 2 recommends Jack Doe, and we would say yay or nay. We count either they're in or not.
Well, what I'm telling you is you just described what the law does not. The law does not prescribe that as a matter of practice. The process here is simply that ultimately in any general law city, Vacaville is a general law city, I'm an elected mayor, the future mayors will be elected. So a policy that doesn't follow a good practice sets up the future council. We have just now figured this out after 3 years of experiences. If this is the norm, this will go in perpetuity. This council could say no to me. What I'm asking you to do is consider that why would you continue a policy that is that really flies in the face of the way practice is and the way the law is.
So are you advising, like, if I pick Jack Doe to be my top choice, I would then provide information, D1 would provide information, D3 would provide information, and then you would take that into consideration and then dictate it to the masses as a nomination or appointment?
So let's be careful with the words. I wouldn't dictate anything. The position of the mayor isn't to dictate.
Well, I mean, it's just
the nominate. So as an example, districts 1, 3, and 5 are up this year based upon an even or an odd. So there's vacancies, and the structure was how they would rotate so there would be consistent. And there's going to be an applicant pool that's going to go to everyone. My recommendation is that that goes to everyone. And then for those that are participating this year in the interviews, you could look through and you would say, I want to interview these people. Now, I don't have heartburn by saying if we still want to collect data on where you live and that that is somehow going to influence you, that's fine. But the recommendation is based upon an interview that we would conduct together and the feedback that I would get, so that when it's time to actually bring this as a council item, the motion on any of this would be to ratify nominating appointment. There's no dictation there because it requires a majority vote. And so councils all over the state of California do this every year and follow this law. And what we've done is we've created a system where everyone now feels that they can appoint and nominate and ratify it and bypass what the law is. And the law is very clear, is you can't bypass it.
I'm sorry, can you have the city attorney clarify
Absolutely.
the interpretation of the law?
City manager?
Because I'm sorry, just to clarify, sounds to me like you're stating that we are out of compliance of the law. Because then, like, you change your argument to where we are not in the spirit of law, we're not in compliance of the law, and we had a lot of discussion policy of that whole process. So I just want to get some full.
Yeah. To our city attorney, could you explain?
Sure. So the law and the government code that the mayor is citing does vest the authority to appoint commissioners and committee members with the mayor, subject to approval of the whole council. And in fact, there's an attorney general opinion that says the council cannot dictate to an elected mayor who to appoint. So ultimately, it's the mayor's responsibility to appoint, subject to the city council's approval of that by a majority vote. If there's not an approval of that, then the process starts over, and new people are appointed by the mayor, or a new person, and then the council's approval of that. So that's the checks and the balances to the mayor's authority to to appoint is the council's approval.
You said dictate. Is that the same thing as recommend?
No.
And
Recommending.
currently, our current policy is to recommend.
So the way the current policy is written, it says the mayor shall appoint one member from the applicant pool that is nominated, or you could substitute recommended. So, so it does limit the mayor to a certain number of people. I think the law ultimately, at the end of the day, gives the mayor authority to reject those recommendations and appoint who the mayor would want to appoint.
What's the legal, sorry, last question. What's the difference between recommendation and nomination from a legal definition?
So it's, again, it's semantics. I think a nomination or a recommendation is
they're
your
not
suggestion.
equivalent. They're not equivalent.
I want the city attorney to answer that.
Well, and I do too.
Respectfully.
I think the operative word here is appoint. So it's the mayor who has the authority to appoint. A nomination is not an appointment. I think the way the slide reads, it's kind of treated that way. The nomination is then subject to a vote by the whole council. Really, the nomination can be made to the mayor. The mayor can accept to appoint that person or not. So there's a difference between a nomination and appointment. Nomination, I would say, is more akin to a recommendation.
And my point in this is we live in a world where words matter. And even in the legal terms, at times it's very important to be as clear as possible. So we use words interchangeably. And the point is if the concern is a nominating council member, the key here is we have a policy that is shared to the public, and it's codified as a policy that each one of you are nominating representatives. And here we are 3 years into it, and it reads right here, and that is not what we are supposed to follow. And I don't have to follow that as mayor, and I don't intend to, because it's not the right thing to do. The right thing to do is to be inclusive in the interview process and advise and recommend to the mayor 10 years from now, so that when the appointments are made, it's taking into consideration. And so what I sense is a resistance to a good practice and a good policy, partially because we're going down a path that seems and feels like this feels right, but I don't see it as being right. And all you have to do is look at the staff report, read the policy, and look at this. And to the public, if we didn't have this discussion, this is what was presented tonight, and that's incorrect.
My light's going to be lit. I was on a while ago, and then I wasn't on. So
Oh, there
I
you
would
go.
like it, please.
There you go.
Thank you. It seems to me, just from hearing some of what you're saying, is one issue you have with this is saying that the council member and the mayor shall have a representative appointed from the applicants nominated. So when I am looking at the applications, I am not looking for a representative for me. I am looking for who's the best person that will serve as the planning commissioner, or who will be the best person on the Parks and Rec Commission. So it seems maybe I'm hearing you say you don't want me to have a representative. I don't want to have a representative. I don't speak to the people to say, here's the view and here's how you need to vote. Here's what you need to do, because they're not my representative. They're who I've determined after looking at all of the applications and having interviews that I would put forward for the council and the mayor to approve to serve on that commission for the whole of Vacaville. And my goal is also just, I really like getting the list because I see who's applying from District 6. I kind of feel like I know a lot of people from District 6, but when I see that list, I mean, I know a few of the people, but there's 4 or 5 people that I don't know, have never been involved with issues. So I'm so happy to be able to call them and say, thank you very much for applying. I see you've applied. And can we sit down and talk just so I get to know you a little bit? And in 20, when the first of us were, elected, the mayor didn't want to be involved really. And so I took it, I wanted to get to know the person and who would be the best for the city. So I did talk to HR or, say, are there a list of questions? What's the process? And I got a list of, well, here's some questions that I used in the past. So I chose, my 3 questions, set up time that worked with the people and had usually a Zoom call and got to know them afterward. And then I know you were involved with some of the ones last time because you had a more active role than the prior mayor. And that was fine because then together we asked the same questions that I would ask and you just had the benefit of hearing them then. So I think that as an elected member of council, most of us have had experience interviewing people, or I don't feel like if someone's having an interview and I'm not in on it, that I'm not knowing about it. But what you were saying, if you and someone else have it, then I'm left out. It's not transparent to me because I didn't see that interview. So either way you do it, if it's not an interview with everyone in front, then someone's not seeing the whole interview. But I need to have trust in the fellow members and the council that we are choosing what's right for Vacaville in the position of Parks and Rec or Planning Commission. So those are my goals. And I don't direct them. And the thing about the at-large, I feel like you as the mayor can select over anybody. And I know it's kind of confusing, the whole application, because it asks like, what are you applying for? And some people put at large and some people put, district 1, 3, or 5, whatever is open. But to me, since you are at large and it says at large, you can pick over everyone. In the same way, I can pick over everyone. If I look at
Okay, just to be clear, and I would ask the city attorney, pick is a different word than making recommendations for appointment.
I mean, to pick the interview,
Right.
So who I'm going to talk to. I could talk to all 18 people, but I don't really want to. So first I'm going to select the District 6 people, get to know them, ask them questions. And if I have talked to 2 or 3 or 1 who I feel are confident that would fill the role, then I'm not going to go outside District 6. But if I don't feel that they are, then I feel like, okay, I'm going to look and see who else I want to talk to. And I feel like you have that option. You don't have to just pick the ones that say at large because very few people say that. And then I do, just as we're talking about it, it seems odd to me that the form is through HR because then it asks like how many words per minute you type. And so some people are confused by the form. And then like, where do you reside and what are you applying for? I think you don't really need to say what you're applying for. I think they're just applying to be on the commission, but it doesn't hurt. Their address is there, so you can figure it out. But by the form saying what district you're in, it just helps because some people put the wrong district. So then the people who look at it, get it in the correct thing. But I did speak to one of the people who had applied in this just last recent round. Just yesterday, I hadn't talked to him before because, and I just said, we're going to talk about it. What's your feeling? How did you feel like the process went? And, he felt like the process was fine and he wasn't ultimately selected, but he didn't have any issues with the process. So I thought that, and he said the application fine, he filled out what he needed to fill out and skipped the rest. So I just feel like choosing the person, all of us have the opportunity to look, whether we do or not, that's up to you. If I feel like, well, it's a District 5 or District 3 or District 3, I don't have to put someone forward, but I want to see who the people are who would be coming forward because I have a vote. I have a yes or no vote because they can put someone forward and then the council and the mayor gets an opportunity to vote. So I feel like my feeling is the process works.
So let me ask you a
But if
question.
I don't mind changing language,
Let
if
me
you don't
ask
want
you
to
a
say
question.
representative,
You
but
said that you have a yes or no vote. When yes or no vote for.
Okay, District 5, so we're voting on that tonight. Here's the name that is put forward, and we all vote
Okay, that's not.
in the public meeting.
But you see, that's the problem in the process, and that is the process of the public meeting is for the mayor to put forward the nominations for appointment, and the vote is then for the council. It is not a process that has to be dictated that we're going to go down the line where you're going to put forward the person you want. See what I'm saying? That's the way we've been doing it for the last few years. What I'm saying is the advisement to the mayor now and in the future is through the interview process is to inform the mayor, whoever that person may be, so that when the mayor puts forward the nominations for appointment, the council gets to vote on that as a whole. And if the council approves, that's great. If the council rejects it, but the process that we've created through this pattern of practice has created a system where each person is selectively creating a pathway for individual district council commission appointments. And if we can't reconcile that, because that's exactly what this slide is demonstrating. So this is the current practice based upon a policy, and we're operating in it. And what I'm saying is how do we back away from that? Because that does not comply with the law.
So is your idea that it should be people can apply, council members can look, and the mayor picks?
What I had proposed to begin with was the application process is the entire pool, so it doesn't limit the mayor, because that would.
You're not limited now because it's at large.
Well, no, but the point is if hypothetically, if you had a process like it was, there's a limitation of who's making the decision. And so that's in direct conflict with the law. The point is you can't limit the authority who is by the government code can make that decision. And this policy puts it into a preference to look by district. And I don't have a problem with that, to make sure that it's informing this council and whoever the mayor is, what that decision would look like. But ultimately, I think that's problematic legally. And to our city attorney, would that clean pieces of that up if it did not limit it?
Yes, and I do think there's a way to modify the policy as it is, to change words from shall to may, consider the nominees from the pool, or may appoint any other applicant.
Yeah.
And then it doesn't limit
Right.
the mayor to the people that are nominated or recommended by the council members. It still provides that authority, again, still subject to the city council's majority approval.
So you're saying the mayor's recommendation is subject to the council's authority?
Yes. Yes.
That's absolutely true.
Yes.
Well, that's what I thought, so.
Right, but the process by which we're going through the selection process reverses that and puts the responsibility of individual council members based upon odd or even years to present who that person would be. And that is not, that takes away the role and the right of who's actually making the nominate. And that's problematic now and in the future. And so number one, we have a policy that's not in line with the law. Number two, it's a practice that doesn't benefit the whole council or the community. So that's why the recommendation is include everyone in the interview process to inform a more broad perspective of ideas and values and diverse experiences from this council, to inform the mayor so that when it's time to actually have the business item, the mayor is making these nominating appointments in front of the council for ratification based upon input.
And
that's what I'm saying.
So what's the safeguard so that we don't go back to situations where in the past, the mayor put forth the same people?
So the safeguard.
So what's the safeguard?
So the safeguard is the ratification process to vote no. But
we could do that before.
well, yes, that's true. And so that if for whatever reason the belief was this policy was to safeguard a belief that the mayor was putting forward someone or individuals that the overall majority of the council didn't approve of, and they didn't vote against it, well, then that would be a failure of the council. Because the council, nothing changes the fact that if the council does not ratify the mayor's nominations for commissions, then it doesn't pass, they're not appointed. So that, it changes is instead of it being interviews between a mayor and a vice mayor or a mayor only, is to use what's on this policy and expand on it to include individuals based upon those interviews to make that informed decision.
And I believe in the past, the council didn't always see all the applications.
Right.
So I mean, I think that's an important
Yes.
part. I don't want to limit the power of the council to consider the
That's right.
applicants and know who's who.
And that's the reason why what I'm proposing is that how you inform any mayor in the future is if you're looking from your lens and it's your year and it's an opening based upon an even or an odd, if you see people that need to be interviewed, what it does is the transparency in that is you interviewed people and that can be reported out. The goal really is why not have interviews with multiple people? So the mayor and whoever is part of that interview or multiple people, we can report out that these people were not interviewed. These people were interviewed and by whom? That's being transparent. And then it's also saying it may not be somebody that I would interview or the mayor would interview, but you choose to because you believe they're a good candidate. And they're probably, or maybe in your district, but it causes that individual to be able to be elevated into the interview process. That's where the influence of the council's diverse experiences come into play.
And then I have one other question just for transparency. It just says in the policy, I believe, that after the vote is taken, then the interviewees should be notified. And I'm not sure how that was done. So I did also personally, like the next day or two, say, well, I'm not sure if you saw the council meeting, but thank you for applying and you didn't make this time. But then I invited them to other things that I've had in the district. So how is it that people are notified?
I'll look to our city clerk for that piece.
So staff does notify them that the
Call them or email or?
usually via email, the email that they put on the application.
We just need to make sure that happens.
Yeah, we need to make sure that happens because I know for sure that some people were not notified.
Did you?
I had spoken
Yeah,
with
that's
them.
right.
So, and I
Yes,
think
you're
Roy
next.
wanted.
Well,
Did
on
he
the
take his
list,
slide off? Okay, it's all right. I'll go next.
Vice Mayor Chapman.
Thank you. And I recall this, that 2 years ago, when I went through my selection process, I had the applications, I reviewed the applications, and then I narrowed the applications based upon the quals that they identified or they placed on their application. And Sheila isn't here this evening, but I'm almost certain that after the interview, I notified Sheila of my choice. And then that information was supposed to go on to you. So you do receive the mayor, I'm not going to say you, the mayor does receive the information after the council member has gone through the process.
Right. So imagine the way the process has been in the past, and that ends up in a staff report as if it's your selection. And that's backwards because the process of the nomination does not come from the council member directed to the mayor, the other way around. So
it's a recommendation from me.
Right. I realize that. And so that doesn't happen in all cases. So not everybody's always notifying everyone. But imagine the process, though, then creates a process where people are put in front of this council and individual council members are presenting their choice. That is not the advice and recommendation based upon state law. So I appreciate that, and I know that some of us have worked together on interviewing or notifying, and I do believe that needs to be part of the process. so that it's an informed ability to make the nominating on to the council for ratification.
I'm thinking that the way this is written, first of all, when you speak of prior to 2 years ago, when we were at large, the council members were elected at large, let's say 5 years ago. And then probably, I'm assuming, probably after that occurred, this may be a new policy that was established at that time, because you keep referencing before it was at large. And there
It was
the
in
mayor.
21.
Yes.
It was in 2021.
And so now, the wording in the current policy, we can wordsmith and get nowhere. But if we look at the current policy and align it with exactly what it is that we're looking to accomplish, we want the best representative from within the city to apply for these positions. I don't want to limit them. We need to do better in getting doing a blast, encouraging people too. Now, I'm going to share that when I interviewed, I had a young man that was in the military, new to the area, wanted to get involved, saw the opportunity. And then when we were talking, when he was sharing about his work, he mentioned that he goes TDY a lot. So then we had, we talked about, the meetings,
Commitment.
the commitment.
That's right.
Yeah. But I'm going to be honest, he was my second, would have been my first choice. No, I'm not going to say that. They were tight. The one that I recommended and this individual, but he would have been perfect. He would have been perfect. And I encouraged him to still volunteer, get involved in the community. Yeah. So I think it's a matter of wordsmithing. If we were to clean this up and get the process that we even get the steps to follow after you do your review of your applicants.
And again, I want to be clear as we move on to Councilmember Stockton that my intent is to make sure that we clean this up. But my desire is a process that does continue that inclusion of the council to inform who would otherwise maybe candidates not be seen. And so that's the goal, is to make sure that we do that, hold on to it, but create an advise and recommendation process through the interview so that the council feels like that you're all being listened to in the process. At the end of the day, a nomination put forward for ratification can be rejected. That's the overlying authority over a commission appointment. Councilmember Stockton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I have a lot of comments on what we just talked about, but I think we need to even start earlier than just the appointment process that you will make. It's not in the packet, but there is an application. I think we need to start with the application if we're going to talk about transparency. There are several people that do a variety of different jobs and are involved in different organizations, and I'm not saying that should disqualify them, but it should be absolutely apparent who people are working for, what organizations they belong to, if they are getting or receiving funds from the city, so that when we are making suggestions or comments, we recognize if there is potential conflicts of interest. Again, I don't think it should disqualify them. I just think it should be known and out there for everybody to know when they're making some of these decisions. I think that this had really good intentions when we tried to do it by district, but the reality is that each councilman is providing input on a person that possesses the different qualities and experience and things that they want to see on these particular boards. It hasn't prevented people from choosing the person that they or recommending the person that they think is best to be on these different commissions. I think we should remove the requirement that says that the person that we put forward or recommend or suggest, whatever, has to live in that district. That being said, if people are very passionate about that, I expect that when there's the ratification process, they will articulate that in open session. I like the idea of, if we're going to do interviews, to interview everybody, or at least have the opportunity for the 135 or the 246 folks to interview the people that are up. Is there a Brown Act violation with creating some sort of ranking system for each council member and then turning that into the mayor? Is that a Brown Act violation? Because that's 4 people.
Potentially, yes.
So is there a methodology that could be used to submit those to maybe Jessica or someone else so that it is anonymous who they are from when provided to the mayor, so that the mayor can get an assessment of the quality of the applicants without necessarily knowing who they're from?
We'd have to evaluate that.
Okay, so I guess those are some of the questions that I have, because I think that there should be a process where we are able to truly articulate the strengths and weaknesses of each person that is willing to sign up and give up their time to be a part of one of these commissions. I applaud anybody who would dedicate their time to that, whether I agree with their politics or not, or their assessments or not. It is a huge commitment. And so if we are going to approve a group of people to be on this board, I think we owe it to them to interview them collectively in some fashion. If we can't do 3, maybe we do 2. I'm for the ratification process and ensuring that there are people on these commissions that represent the diverse group of views that all of us have. So I don't want this to be something that creates dissension amongst the group. What I expect is, what I have seen and experienced with this group, is that we are all very supportive of the fact that we come from different places, we have different views, we have different ideas, and they're all valuable. So I personally, truly value the ratification process, and I respect the opinions of all of you, certainly as it relates to commissioner appointments, whether I like the people or not, or think that they're better people or not. I think that all of us come from a perspective that is unique, and we were elected by our constituents to be here and have those opinions. So I'm fine with the mayor making the appointments. I believe that the mayor will allow us to articulate our support or pros and cons for different candidates based upon what we're willing to share publicly, which is what we have to do, and come up with a group that we feel will represent the best interest of the city of Vacaville, period. That's it. So if somebody could get back to me on the Brown Act stuff, I'm pretty open on that, but I do think that we're making suggestions about whoever it is we want. So just let good people apply. Encourage everyone to apply. Choose the best people. If you think somebody in your district is the best, great. If you think somebody in a different district is better, fine. Let's just get good people. That's it.
Yeah, Councilmember Silva.
I think, one thing to consider, we're talking about, different, yes, we're talking about our policy within the confinement of the law, state law. But another concept is, let's say you have 4 votes. You need 4 votes to ratify, and you open up at large. What's to say those 4 say, you know what, I'm going to ignore those 3 recommendations from those that minority 3, and those 4, however they do it, publicly, whatever, they pick their 7, and then now those 3 are shut out, which I think echoes Councilmember Stockton and my comments on that particular topic. I think it's important that our at-large mayor recognizes and respects the different representative voices that were elected of the city, and find ways to demonstrate the leadership of how we work together. And if there's issues within, as far as like who's decided or who's nominated, we work within our process of how we support those the commission, how they're governed and whatnot. The one thing, so that's my comment. That I only have three questions. So, City Attorney, please clarify: is the current policy in compliance or not? Is it legal? Is it legal? If I can get a yes or no, that would be super helpful. And if it's a no, why did we get presented with a non-compliant law, a non-compliant policy?
I think with a couple of tweaks, it is consistent with the law. I think when it was I think.
Melinda, sorry, City Attorney Stewart. So is that, you're saying this is not compliant?
Saying the portion of the policy that limits the mayor's choice of appointment to certain people
But the mayor
is not completely consistent with state law.
But the mayor can select seven individuals. So it's not just like one person. Is that right?
So the mayor has the authority to appoint all of the commissioners, subject to the ratification of the council. I'm not sure if.
Yeah, so what's the problem with us nominating our primary choice?
So I don't think there's a concern with the council nominating your choice and providing your recommendations. I'm looking at the nomination really as a recommendation. As long as it is then the mayor that says, out of those nominations, out of those recommendations, these are the 3 or 4 or 7 commissioners that I'm appointing. And then the council votes on those and determines whether or not they ratify them or not. I think the concern is the way the process has been working is
So from a legal,
essentially.
a legal perspective,
Okay.
I just want to, for your sake, from a legal perspective, we recommend the mayor can choose to honor that or not based on his appointment, and then we ratify that.
Yes.
So, I mean, to me, it sounds, so taking you out of this now, bring back to us, it just really sounds that the mayor, the mayor role, the question is a philosophical difference of how much influence or how much choice that the mayor wants to implement on behalf of the council as a whole. So to me, it's a philosophical difference in our approach. If this is if this document, if our policy is as is still in compliant and still legal, to me, it's then become a philosophical difference of how we approach it.
But you brought it back, so I'm gonna
Right,
question.
and therefore I would recommend that we keep it as is.
But I'm gonna question that.
Sure.
That's not what she said. She did not say that it should stand as is, because she carefully chose her words, and then you decided to make it a philosophical, as if.
Because she went to an opinion or an interpretation of our discussion.
To our city attorney, I'm gonna bring you back in and be as clear as you possibly can. Because Councilmember Silva is looking for a specific response. And I know what that response is, and I don't blame him for asking for that specific response. But my view is that the request is the mayor can choose to honor our choices. That is not the process of how the appointment is by the government code. The government code says the mayor makes the appointment. This policy suggests that the process is now inverted and that each individual members makes it. What I'm saying is how do we fix it and still allow for the inclusion of the interview process so the diversity of thought and ideas and experience informs the mayor now and in the future. So if you could provide some clarity, because now we're splitting some hairs.
So I think the concern is that the law does not provide a lot of direction, right? The law says that the mayor appoints and the council ratifies. And there's this attorney general opinion that says the council cannot dictate who the mayor appoints. They can then vote whether or not to approve that, but they cannot dictate who the mayor appoints. I think the council can develop policies, and I think the policy was an attempt to manage the process so that it wasn't unwieldy and so that it was transparent to the public, to staff. With respect to our specific policy, the only concern that I have from a legal perspective is when it says the mayor shall appoint one member from the applicant pool nominated by each nominating council member. I think the way to fix that, if you wanted to keep the policy the same, is to say the mayor may appoint one member from the applicant pool nominated by each nominating council member, or may appoint any other applicant. But I think the policy is an attempt to structure a process so that it's not completely unwieldy.
And the question was, where does that opinion comes from? Because I don't think everyone understands there's an attorney general opinion. You referenced
There's an attorney general opinion that says the council cannot dictate the specific person that the mayor appoints. It says the process is the mayor appoints, subject to then the approval of the council.
So with
So
that.
the council can say no by majority vote. They can reject the mayor's appointment. Then the mayor has another opportunity to appoint somebody else until somebody is ratified by the city council. And that's the direction of the law. There's not a lot of case law on it. There's 2 attorney general opinions that talk about this section. So I will say a lot of cities have policies that, that structure the process so it's not unwieldy and so that it's transparent to the public.
With that, I'm going to go to Councilmember Ritchie, but with that, I'll say that the goal here is not to create a process that's adversarial. The goal here is to actually have a policy that's in line, because it creates confusion the way it's written. And so, to your point, you made a recommendation that you would based upon what you've heard, to leave the policy alone. I brought it back because I believe the policy needs to be rewritten. I've given the advisements of what I think. I think there's a lot of good things in there, but there's no reason to have a policy for the city of Vacaville that is so ambiguous, confusing, and appearing to be at odds. And even our city attorney recognizes that there's things that are not well in that, and it just doesn't work. Councilmember Ritchie.
I'm trying to keep everything straight, make sure we're not circular and just going around circles. I think we're on the same page on a lot of things where we realize that we want the best people to serve the city, not serve us, not serve districts. So I reiterated from the beginning, I went and looked at the whole list and I picked someone outside my district for that exact purpose, to therefore make sure that it's the best for the city. So I think that's been like half an hour conversation, the same thing. The other part is the only confusion, not only, but one thing confusion, say 1, 3, and 5 are up. We do joint interviews. We do it where it's District 1 with the mayor, District 3 with the mayor, District 5 with the mayor. They do the interview process. Then District 1 will give his top 3 to the mayor. Say, I want to have Jack. 3 says, oh, I love John. And then you take those into account. We go to council, and you would. The only confusion is, are we going to try to do this in a consent fashion to where you would say, I'm going to nominate Jack and John and Jill, and it's a yes or no vote, or are we going to do Jack singular, John singular, and Jill?
Good question. The idea would be the nominations are presented as an overall submission. It's no different than staff recommends. As the mayor, I recommend based upon this process. Then we discuss, we deliberate, we have feedback. We share the experience. This is what I saw. This is what I like. This is what I hope for. And then that becomes part of the collaborative process. I envision that. That's what I would hope that it would be, and I hope that it could be verbalized and written in a way that actually encourages that. The council could either agree or disagree, but the goal would be is if there's involvement on the council in those interviews, there's individuals on this dais that can speak to everyone else. Yeah, I sat on the interview with them. This was great. This is my feedback. Or it allows for no difference. Sometimes we have like 2x2s or 3x3s, information that comes back to everyone, so that it isn't just the mayor or the vice mayor as it was in the past. There's a lot more advisement and recommendations because it isn't just the mayor. There's 3 other people that are part of the process. And that's what I would hope that would be captured in a revised policy that starts with the understanding of the process and what the goals are. And I'll end where I started. I think the intention was great to go down this path because of the district representation and wanting to connect and have a better understanding of people in our community that represent what our interests are. But the commissioners are not elected. They're there with specific roles. The role of representation through all this comes through all of us. And I don't want to see that. I don't want to interfere with that at all. I'm just trying to figure out, can we do this in a way and work through the challenges? And I think we can.
But like that's where, like the clarification, like example 1, 3, 5, we're at a point. There's hypothetically 3 names. Either we would say John, Jack, and Jill are from 1, 3, and 5 district, or we'd say John, Jack, and Jill have been appointed I, the mayor, will appoint John, Jack, and Jill to join this commission without a designation of where they're from or who recommended them? Or would we do a vote at once?
Well,
So we have to have like
yes.
a,
So I think the way you can simplify processes is you deliberate based upon the nominations put forward, by the mayor. But here's the nominees for these three on this commission, and here's a nominee for these three, or it could be four if it's if it's an even year. But the same process to include people on the council to help inform that decision is happening, and it happens in a public setting. And the public actually gets to question the council and those who are part of the process. Sometimes they may disagree, and sometimes maybe the council may disagree individually on, I'm not so sure that that's a good appointment. And the council doesn't have to ratify it, and it can come back based upon discussion and say, I disagree with that appointment.
but then
That's the oversight ratification where the council can always overrule the mayor.
I totally understand, but like, if we try to do three at once and like a consent fashion, what if like
I
one
think,
out of three people, like two out of three, this can be like you got to count to four. And all
well,
of a sudden,
I
it
think
just-
that I think the discussion doesn't have to be a roll call one at a time. I think the better way to do it is we have a discussion, a dialogue. You would hear whomever the mayor is, here's the totality of it. Here's the names that I am presenting for action, for ratification. The discussion can be, I disagree with you. And four of you could say, I disagree with you on one or all of them. But the discussion is much easier if it's more dynamic than, okay, I got one across and I got another across. I don't think that that's as effective as hearing the feedback to whomever is making the nomination, which would be the mayor, could hear that there's a sense. And if the vote is turned down, it's pretty clear why, which one. And if there's enough people who are interviewed, then there's alternative. And see, like right now, if everyone just puts forward one person and there is a no vote, there's no alternative, which isn't necessarily the right way to do it. And it further exposes why this isn't working. So I suspect that it would be much easier to come forward where at the time the mayor would present, here's the candidate and here's the why. And it was a great process and other people who were part of the interviews speak up. At the end of all that, it's a vote. If it's yes, because everybody feels that they're good candidates, that's great. If it's not, then it requires further discussion until we can come, what I would call the recommendation and the nomination and the ratification process fills the vacancies.
we'd have to try to fill like three people at once.
It's not that difficult.
We'll hear what the public has to say.
That's where we're going next. I just wanted to clarify the question, so I appreciate that. I'm going to open it up to the public. I know it's been a while, but at least you have a lot to consider if anybody wants to speak from the public. Seeing none, okay. Yeah, please come forward. I'm sorry, I missed your light, Wiley.
Mistaken. This sounds like when the President of the United States is nominating his cabinet to the Congress for passage. And then they get to interview the person in public, and you got all questions asked, all pros, all cons. And then they vote on that one person. They don't pass it, president goes back, finds somebody else, comes in. That sounds like what you're trying to do. But the people who are trying to give the president an idea as to who to nominate happen to be the people who are going to vote on his nomination. So that's kind of a bizarre thing that I can't quite wrap my head around right now. You all get to nominate who he's going to pick, and you get to ratify. Kind of weird. So why are you all worried about who you give him the names to give back to you? When you get the names in, interview the people, make it public so everybody can see what's going on, and then you pick one at a time so it's very clear where the people sit on the nominees, and then you vote. And if you all say no, well, then you got to come up with another one. But at least the public has heard who wants the job what you like or don't like about them, why you chose who you chose, and then your votes. It seems as simple as that. I don't get what this whole night is about. I just don't. So maybe there's something in my old brain that's not catching this. But it's as simple as that, folks. Send those nomination letters out. Who wants to be on this? Let those people come in, talk to them. This is important enough that you all should be there for the interviews. And you all should take the time to hear what everybody has to say. And then you should make a decision, and then you should vote on it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll bring it back to the council. Councilmember Wiley.
Well, I just had one question. I mean, is this a problem that you've seen, since we started this policy in 2020, before you were elected? Or is it something that's come up recently? Or, I just wanted to know, are you trying to prevent a future problem? Or are you trying to correct because this is not what the law says? Or, so was there a problem or?
Well, we spent a long time at this point discussing that we clearly have a problem with the city policy that was adopted by this council. Some of us were on, some were not. And it's an opportunity to correct it. We're getting ready to go into a process where we're going to address vacancies on commissions. So it's the perfect time to look at what is our policy. And my review of the policy is it's flawed. And we're following a flawed policy. And so the goal when you do that is you correct it. That's all. And so
It was a
yeah.
big change, when we went to at-large, everyone's at-large, 7 districts.
That's
So
right.
it is kind of a
Right.
trial and
That's right.
error.
So the whole concept is the council went from at-large to district. But commission appointments, the law hasn't changed since 1971. And so it afforded the opportunity to how to have more transparency and have more input. I commend that. That's fine. But it was a very, very well put, and that is it's the mayor who puts forward the applicants as a nomination. It's up to the council to ratify or not. And whether it's an individual or group, the point is it's not that difficult to say, here's the positions that are open. It's not like one person for one commission. It's multiple people. So it's not that hard to have a discussion. And if we're having a discussion and it seems like it's pretty straightforward, it doesn't necessarily need to be, okay, we're going to go down each individual one and evaluate one. It can be a group discussion. But if there's a problem with a particular appointee nomination, well, then of course, we pivot all the time when we need to piece something apart and vote on a few things. So I'm not stuck there. I just think that should be the better process. And then that way it just comes forward to the council for our discussion. And ultimately, when this is finalized, we report, part of the transparency is here's the candidate pool. Here are the individuals that were interviewed. Here were this clearly was a public meeting and allows for the public comment. So all that's transparent. And the only other advisement I would say, and I did share this with our city attorney, is let's be careful about the full applications that we put on, on agenda packets, because there's personal information that could disparage or disenfranchise people from applying, because it's full, it's resume information, it's historical information, and even that. So I just think we need to simplify some of that. And I know we're not making the policy tonight, but I'm hopeful that to our city attorney and to our HR and to you that we can come back with some of these revisements to correct what is not in alignment and to make sure that we focus on being transparent and being able to put counsel on the process. So do we have what we need? Okay. So Councilmember Stockton?
Yes. Just on average, how many different applicants apply for commissions each time it opens up?
And I'm going to look to the city clerk on that piece.
So our first round that they discussed when we opened it up for all districts to consider, we had a considerable amount of applications, somewhere between 40 and 60. I don't remember the number, it was 5 years ago. The last couple of rounds, we've had less than a dozen. Exception of Councilmember Ritchie's special vacancy. We tend to I think we got 18 or 20 for that one. So
Right, and I
that
had
was a
16.
lot more than we get for when we had them all open. So.
Right, and I had 16 for mine. When I interviewed everybody, it took an hour. And while I would love to do that live on camera for everybody, I just don't think it's doable or it's plausible to do that. And so, are we prevented from making motions about how to change this policy today? Is today just discussion, or can a motion be made?
We can make a motion. I mean, you can, I think the goal really is to make sure there's clear understanding from a majority that these things do need to be corrected, especially to make sure it's in line. Yes, you can make a motion.
I'm willing to. I see that the city manager is
All right, Mr.
patiently
City
waiting
Manager.
to raise his hand before I make a motion.
I'm happy to stay on the sidelines on this one, but there's been a lot of dialogue, and I think, as the city attorney has suggested, that there's some opportunities here to fine tune some of the language to keep the spirit of what I think is really permeating through the conversation, which is collective representation, a good, transparent process, open dialogue to get the best people in the best spots. So what I would like to suggest to the council is that give us a meeting or two to, put something together with some options, because tonight we can't really take any formal action. But I think we have enough dialogue to work with to draft up some potential policy amendments for your consideration that we would provide back to the council for your further discussion to have a dialogue about. I will also work with others involved in this process to see if there's an opportunity to make our application process more streamlined and efficient, and protect some of the things that you've talked about as well, so that we can also bring that back for your consideration so that we can simplify this as much as possible. If that is amenable to the council, if we get a majority consensus that you want me to do that, then I will do that. If you do not like that, then say so.
And real
I'm
quick.
still talking.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that's fine if you want to work with the language. I just want it known that I think that the changes should be added to the actual application. I want it to be known that as far as I'm concerned, I'm totally fine with the mayor and the vice mayor doing the interviews, and I look forward to a robust discussion with my colleagues to make sure that we pick the best.
Councilmember Silva.
I was gonna say, what, the application's going out soon, right? So,
Right.
yeah. So what do we want these to reflect? I mean, because I think the mayor.
That's a good question.
I mean, respectfully, I think the mayor said I'm not trying to like start arguing. But were you still, if I, please clarify if you were comfortable proceeding as is, if these, whatever suggested, don't move forward. I just wanted to clarify that. So that would mean we should probably expedite something.
That's right.
Unless you don't want to be a part of the process, if assuming council wants to go with the existing policy.
Right. I think the goal would be to get staff to work on these changes, and how would that fit into the application process? Make sure that we can.
So like we do with a lot of things, we pick the end date and then work backwards.
Okay.
So the fact of the matter is that the current commissioners seating in those seats that are up for reconsideration, I believe, is at the end of March.
Okay.
So we have some time to bring this back, because when we're talking about the next meeting, which is February 11th, that packet's already ready, being processed. So it would be a tough chore to bring this back to February 11th. And again, as far as the application, I don't know how much we can, adjust that. We'll look at that. And we'll try to get that out so that we give the appropriate time for people to apply and get that back in front of the council before the March 31st deadline.
Well, thank you, and I just want to thank all of you for listening, and just know it's not, for me, I've always said that it's about good governance and good policy, and if it's not right, then we need to focus on how to correct it, and I appreciate you leaning in and weighing in on how to do that, and just know the ultimate goal is promote transparency and that inclusiveness. on this council on these decisions. So we'll move on, Mr. City Manager, item F.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. The final item tonight is a resolution allocating permanent local housing allocation funds to the Oak Grove Senior Apartment Project. Tamara Holden from our Housing and Community Services Department is here for the presentation.
Finding the presentation. All right, good evening. Tonight I am presenting a request of council to approve a resolution to allocate $373,812 of permanent local housing allocation or PLHA funding to the Eden Oak Grove or Eden Oak Grove Senior Apartments. A little bit of background. So in November of 2022, City Council authorized the application and adoption of the PLHA plan for the PLHA program. So that's a plan that was put together and submitted to HCD that outlined how the city would use PLHA funding that's allocated from the state to the city for affordable rental and ownership housing, including accessory dwelling units that meets the needs of a growing workforce earning up to 120% of AMI. In June of 2023, the city received the standard agreement for the PLHA funding with allocations for each year starting in 2019 and going through 2023. The PLHA requires that the city request disbursement of funds within 58 months of the budget appropriation, and outlines that funds that are not dispersed within those 58 months will revert back to HCD's multifamily housing program. What that means is the 2020 allocation of a little over $373,000 must be dispersed no later than April 30th of 2025 to the city, so April 30th of this year. Last year, we presented usage of the 2019 funding to go towards the Habitat for Humanity project, and now we are requesting allocation of the 2020 funding towards the Oak Grove Senior Apartment project. That project has a current DDL agreement to develop 60 units of affordable housing for seniors, and has received entitlements for the project and is currently seeking additional funding. Previously, the city committed a little over $1.4 million towards the project. And this request is not to add additional funding that was already allocated towards the project. It is to supplement the funding source for the total funding amount allocated towards the project. So the chart shows that the total $1,430,000 previously allocated towards the project is coming from the Low-Income Housing Asset Fund. And this request tonight is to offset that amount coming from the Low-Income Housing Asset Fund by the $373,812, so that it reduces the amount from the Low-Income Housing Asset Fund to account for the 2020 allocation. Draft loan documents were submitted. Loan documents were submitted to HCD for review by January 15th of this year. And if approved, the city manager or designee will finalize, execute, and implement and make modifications to all documents necessary to complete the approved action. So tonight, I'm requesting by simple motion that council approve the resolution allocating the 2020 permanent local housing allocation of $373,812 to Eden Oak Grove for the Oak Grove Senior Apartments, offsetting the previously allocated amount, Low-Income Housing Asset Fund amount.
That I'm happy to answer any questions from the council or public.
Yeah, thank you. I don't see any questions. I'll go ahead and open up to the public for any comment. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the council. Councilmember Rucci?
A second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Thank you very much. It's a good use, and I appreciate the presentation. All right, with that, we'll move on, reports of the city manager.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And at the risk of revisiting a recent, long discussion, no promises here, but in thinking more about the item before this last one, and the timing issue in an attempt to try to give any potential applicants more time, we will check and see if we can evaluate the application itself and potentially bring that one back to you at your next council meeting with, some thoughts about some of the things that we heard tonight and what you'd like to see or not see on that application.
So that way the application has been.
Assuming we can get agreement on that and we get consensus, then that gives us the ability to potentially get that out 2 weeks earlier for applicants to apply. So we'll see if we can do that. The only other thing that I wanted to mention is that this past weekend, we activated our warming center, extreme weather center, for 3 nights. We had a total of 29 entries utilized by 15 individuals during that 3-day period. I want to thank our staff for jumping right on that, making sure that happened, as well as the community advocates for our homeless population. So again, thank you to everyone's work in that. And that's all I have for this evening. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. All right, reports of the city council. Vice Mayor Chapman.
Thank you. I have about 8 items here. I'll be brief. First, number 1, following our last council meeting, we went into closed session. And then the next day, our wonderful city manager announced to the world that he was retiring. You can afford that. So anyway, just want to, for clarification purposes, our city manager was not dismissed by the council. Okay, he actually resigned, not resigned, he retired, okay? Am I correct, everyone sitting up here?
He announced his retirement is what he.
Okay, thank you. We did not dismiss him. All right, now I'll go on with everything else here. We've had the young man to come before us about cannabis. And I can't remember what the last thing we shared with him about looking into where we are with the policy. But can someone check and see what it was? How did we leave him the last time? Because I know we did say something.
Yeah, we did.
But I don't recall what.
My recollection, but I will confirm it, is that to put together the work, we needed time, but we wanted to have that conversation as to whether or not it was something of a priority for the council that we would be discussing at the goal-setting session on March 28th.
So you still need to know from us whether or not, are we going to discuss it then?
Right.
We will bring it up for discussion.
Okay.
And then the council will decide as a collective body if that's a path that you would like us to explore further, make it a priority, or once and for all say, not at this time.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to put something out there for him. He comes here with a great report. Okay, the other thing I want to mention is Sarah Dunn. I appreciate the work that she's doing in keeping us informed about this. And that fire that took place, they actually, I don't know if you were able to read about it, but they actually had to evacuate the people that lived in that area. It was very bad. So I just wanted to share with her. She usually will send a notice stating, when something has happened recently. I want to acknowledge our K-9 officer. We haven't received an update on how he's doing.
Could you come forward and just give us an update? Thank you, sir.
Good evening. Thanks for asking. Chad Hudson is our canine handler, and the captains and I met with Chad this past week, and it's not. We're still waiting for the doctor's clearance for Murph is the canine, but he's doing well. And our intention is, our hope is to bring Murph back, work as a detection dog only. But we have to go through the work comp issues with the dog. But our hope is that he's going to come back and work with us and work in the schools, do drug detection. So it's going to be good for all of us, for the department, for the community, and for Murph. So thanks for asking.
That is great to hear. Now, artificial limb, is that something that's going to be pursued, or do you know if he's making it with 3?
No, ma'am. We're going to nickname him Tricycle, and we're going to move forward.
Okay, wonderful.
Thank you.
All
Well,
right.
be sure and bring Murph as soon as can and
Yes.
Chad here so that we can properly thank them.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for that. Next, Taste of Vacaville. We had a week of Taste of Vacaville. I was able to have dinner on, mine was Saturday, after I went to the theater to see the Blitz dancers, which the place was full, well attended. Saturday was a beautiful day, and I ended having dinner with Ted and Roy and Jason and a few people that I hadn't met, didn't know. I'll say didn't know. It was wonderful. The entree, everything was delicious. I had an opportunity. I don't know whether others of you recall receiving an email regarding Rebound and the Warriors. It was being held in San Francisco. I was able to attend. Excellent. I'm not going to speak anymore on it this evening, but I just wanted to mention it to you. And I'll probably bring it up again because of the work that the Warriors are doing at San Quentin and at the 2 prisons here. They're coming in, they're playing ball games with them. One basketball player that was in attendance shared that he goes to San Quentin, but he doesn't play basketball. He plays chess with them. So it was wonderful. It was wonderful. And that was on a Friday. Oh, going to and coming from San Francisco on a Friday evening. So much fun. All right. The next thing, the MLK. And one of the key people is sitting in the audience this evening who's with the Vacaville People's Forum. Whew, thank you. The Martin Luther King celebration, each year it has been great, but this year, every year they have outgrown the facility. And thanks for Greg, a council member who partnered with them. The event was held at the Sunrise Conference Center. It was a room full again. And the program was great, outstanding. And they always end with the young people, with the children. So thank you for the Vacaville People's Forum and look forward to next year. Okay. And I'm not going to speak on this tonight because I know the city manager, but probably at the next meeting, I'll mention something about Martin Luther King Parkway, or, I had mentioned that a couple of years ago, and yes. So I'm going to bring that one back. I'm not finished yet.
Okay.
Okay, city manager, closed session. Oh, the young lady, she's gone now. Made mention at Centennial Park, the guns. Is that actually occurring? And are we aware of this?
So I was going to speak with our team about a couple of the issues that came up with regards to some of the activities out there and make sure that we have a full understanding of what's occurring and take the appropriate steps.
Okay. And mentioning the signs, it may not be too early to put something out there stating what is not to take place at the park.
Have it appropriately signed.
Especially in all the things we've had in the past, it's good to inform the public what's coming.
What's coming, yes.
We've been
yes.
down this road.
Okay, and lastly, there was an email that we each received, came in this afternoon, I didn't read it until late, came in about 1 o'clock this afternoon from one of our residents that live in Stonegate. She had asked that this be presented during open discussion from the audience. And yeah, she asked that, I'd like to know if this is indeed correct, and if so, if and when.
So if
I
I may,
am
Vice Mayor.
unable to attend tonight's council meeting, but was hoping you could address my questions, not just directly to me via email, but also publicly during the business from the floor segment of the agenda. So that's why I'm bringing it up. We did receive it early enough, and she did make that request. So are you aware of this email that we received? This?
Yes, I forwarded it, and I'm working with staff again to follow up on the request.
Okay. Then she asked that it be presented out. So anything that comes, and I'm just going to say anything that comes from the public in open business, and an item that is not on the agenda, we are not able to address your concern this evening. However, you will hear back from us. I think it was only appropriate that someone said that.
So staff, you'll look into it. Yeah, all right, thanks. Wiley.
I just have, thanks for the short little report on the warming center. And is it also open tonight? It was initially going to be Tuesday night, correct?
No.
Okay, so, all right, all right. And so then we had talked, or it was requested to look at the triggers again, but so this seems like it was just about as cool as last week, but the wind and the humidity and the triggers all fit together. So thank you. I just wanted to ask about them tonight. And then I also listened to a webinar this week with Congressman Thompson's staff about funding opportunities. And it's for the big funding for big projects like in the $1 million range, but they have to be shovel ready and they have to be approved. And so he was just giving us kind of the first background information. So if you want more information or you can think of something, let me know. You know, Vacaville did get, the Boys and Girls Club got money from Congressman Thompson last year. And then I think he also had put some money in on the Habitat for Humanity. We got some federal dollars, or it's supposed to be coming. So it's just that I know it's really hard to get, but I just wanted to see, I couldn't think of anything right off the top that would be good, but I just wanted to put it out there. If anyone else has an idea, you know, let me know. And it has to kind of be a standalone thing, and there's certain requirements. So talk to me if you're interested, and I'll send you the email when he sends it to me. So, all right, and then the third thing was last week we had a civic breakfast on the base and heard from the general, and they're really, really busy on base because a lot of things are kicking in. And he just wanted to say they're really working hard, and everyone's doing their best. And in the summer, the wings are kind of going to split, so there'll be 2 commanders. So there's a lot that they're trying to work through on base as well. And I wanted to know, we had Marianne Butler from the Solano Resource Conservation District. Is she going to be on an upcoming agenda? Great. On Monday, I'm going to go out with the 3rd graders at Lagoon Lake and do a project with them. I had done the 6th grade program, but Monday is the 3rd grade program. So I thought it would be on. So thank you for doing that. So those were the things that I just wanted to cover besides the MLK Day, and the whole Vacaville People's Forum did an excellent job, and it was wonderfully presented. Welcomed by Vice Mayor Sarah Chapman.
Councilmember Silva.
All right, so actually, Jeanette, one thing to consider was staff in downtown Vacaville as a Vacaville boardwalk concept. So this is something as a project was implemented in Oregon, but basically it's a space that would allow for small units to be developed that would allow for different small businesses to start up. So like, if you got to start a business, you need a space. Basically, it's like a small little shopping mall, if you will, or a little boardwalk, essentially, however it's designed, that will allow somebody to try out their business. And if it's successful, they have different resources, different tools to transform that to brick and mortar. So I'm happy to share more information. I believe the mayor's familiar with that as well. Yeah. So the other thing, yeah. So just two general comments or two other topics. So number one, I just want to clarify. And like there was I was quoted like, "Oh, Dr. Chapman's kind of next," or something to that effect. I just want to clarify, Dr. Chapman. People don't notice. I actually have a sign recognition form by Dr. Chapman when I was in 6th grade, right? And which is only like 2 years ago, for about 10 years ago. Yeah. So no, my point is that every single one of us is very qualified to be vice mayor. Even Ted in his first week, right? I think all of us are of high caliber leadership. We all fill these roles. And I appreciate, even Greg thinking of me, but, I think as well as the entire council, we all agreed that Dr. Chapman should be our current vice mayor for this year. And I do believe that's absolutely because she has a long time dedicated service to our community, dedicated service to our youth, dedicated service to our education system, and now our city. So I think that's why, not speaking for all of council, but I believe that is why I nominated you. And I believe that's why we as a council unanimously supported that. So I was just trying to get that. It wasn't because like, you're next. So, so the other thing is, in a more serious matter, I'm not sure how to go about this. We all know that there's just a lot of polarization in our nation. We know that things are, being misconstrued, misinterpreted. A lot of people misinformed. There's a tremendous amount of fear, particularly within our families that are tied to folks with different immigration status. And there's a growing frustration that's being voiced of where are we at with respect to what are our current policies, what do we enforce, what do we not enforce, and growing confusion and frustration on why do we see different forms of information being communicated throughout the world or even neighboring counties, but not from here locally. And the bigger issue is, aside what we individually feel of immigration rule and enforcement and our role in working with federal agencies, I do believe, in this role and hearing different perspectives, very contentious issues, the one thing we always try to protect is our children. And our children right now they're scared. They're scared. And, at different time points, to the point where somebody that a member from our school, one of our school districts, had expressed to me that this child was being molested, and she was afraid to call the PD because of her mother's citizenship status. And I would strongly feel that a majority of us, with our values, regardless if we're faith-based or not, our values as human beings would agree that that's not the intent that we want to have. That's not the impact that we want to have here in our own community. So I highly encourage, I can't direct, but I highly encourage those with the insight and the ability just to communicate what are our policies to help address that sense of security in our hometown, to where people can live and contribute to a positive community, can continue to do so. Everybody has the right to understand what their rights are in this nation. And I'm gonna leave that at that. Thank you.
Councilmember Ritchie.
That's hard. That's a lot to follow. So I want to address, first of all, the MLK event. It was amazing. I don't want to go detail for that. I do want to do a clarifying for everybody. And like, when I say Council Ritchie put it on, we use district dollars for measuring funds. And I want to make sure that's very clear. As an elected official, we have allotment. I'm very passionate about making sure my ability to utilize as a steward of people's money goes towards events that I feel are the utmost powerful for bringing the community together. Like I every year until I'm not elected or I get kicked out, I love supporting veterans. I love supporting the community. There's a time when I was one of the people that had to eat in that mess hall. And like this full circle, now I serve it. I just hit my 30th year of serving at the VA hall, so it's pretty cool. So, I like those events like MLK, the Veterans Hall for Thanksgiving, the Veterans Hall for Christmas. So, full transparency. I try to be very diligent and a good steward of the people's money to things that are going to help the community and never be focused on Greg's trying to do something for him. And, you know, when it goes back to actually a comment that Mike touched on, I was actually connecting with, keeping on with some school members just yesterday, and they were mentioning that even in our own schools, there's kids that are now bullying other kids and saying they're going to turn them over to ICE, they're going to report them. And now there's kids that aren't showing up to classes because they're getting picked on and bullied in the hallway. And then they feel like they can't report it. They can't even go to the principal or people to say why they're getting bullied and why they're getting made fun of in the hall because they're worried that they're making, oh, that's why. So it's just, regardless of what the rules are, like we gotta make sure we do the right thing in our community. Like you just make sure kids should be able to go to school and feel safe and get educated. I mean, I really wish we can kind of find a happy medium. When they cross that parking lot, they should feel loved. They should feel a part. They should feel safe in the schools. But when it comes to MLK, I actually made a picture and post a few days ago. It was the most powerful thing about MLK was actually what I saw. I helped my son was trying to buy 22, he actually bought it, 22 books for the Wimpy Kid Diary. And I don't know why he reads it. So we went to every single grandparent's house, did yard work this weekend. He got the money, we bought the books. But the celebration, we went to a diner. So my son's all excited. So my grandpa pulled up. He's front row parking. He's handicapped. He jumped out with my grandpa, my dad, into the place. I had to park way in the back. By the time I got in, my dad talks more than I do. I walk in. He's just talking to these two ladies, and I just walk past them, wait in line for 5 minutes, and they're still talking. And I turn around, and the old ladies had the Vacaville police officer volunteer with a vest on. And I asked them, can we take a picture? And they turned around and took a picture. And for me, that was exactly what MLK wanted. My dad's dad turned 76 in like under 5 days. These women, they were all the age when they were young, Jim Crow, they couldn't be around each other. There was white only fountains. There was black only. My dad tells me he never went to another person's house until after he graduated college because he wasn't allowed inside. But like when I turned around and saw these people that age, that's exactly what MLK embodied. And when I saw that happening in Vacaville, like it made me feel very proud to be a resident of the city and like in a position to be a leadership. Like we are special. When I saw that, like we're doing the right thing here. I know it's a hot mess in like the nation, but in Vacaville, like it was a beautiful thing to see. That's exactly what we wish. And I just that's my report. That's my passion. Like we got to find opportunities to see the tangible benefit and the beauty of the city. So thank you.
Councilmember Stuckman. Okay. Your light was on. Okay. Well, I'll close out with just a few things, and then we will move on to closed session. I want to comment again tomorrow, if you're free around 2 o'clock, we're going to be celebrating our new police chief, Chris Poland, at over on Ulatis. So please join anyone who can. It's always an honor. We celebrated the retirement of Chief Smuchler, and we're welcoming you as we welcome new department heads. But certainly look forward to your event tomorrow. The only other thing I would say is, and I want to say something about immigration. The LAFCO land, what is it? The land use formation. That is something that comes up to different mayors. So the local agency formation commission, and so I've been elected to serve on that commission and representing as one of the members in Solano County. So just so you all know that. So that's a new commission that I'm sitting on. And then lastly, I know that there's a lot of discussion, and the sad reality is the concept of our community and the issue of immigration was not new when I was the chief of police, and there's been a lot of discussions between the school district and the media looking for responses. And this is a difficult place because it's important to understand what local, municipal, and really state law enforcement does and what they don't do. And it's not always easy to get like the straight answer as far as what do you do? And that is SB 54 was signed into law years ago. And it affords a protocol of how to communicate between local law enforcement and federal authorities. And there's a lot of different authorities, but the one in particular would be immigration. And that is not something local law enforcement enforces. It doesn't mean that there isn't a balance, and that's codified into law to understand that there are times when there needs to be investigations because there are criminals that may have issues, and they're also undocumented and or not residents of the United States legally. And so there's a balance in all of that. And the sad reality is there's a lot of things that create the fear, and we've seen it through the media, and then that sparks the conversation about who's doing what. And it's hard. You turn on the news and it makes it difficult. But, and I know, and I know Councilmember Stockton, working within the sheriff's office, there is a balance between the two. And the challenge is nobody should have to live in fear. And what we want to make sure is individuals in our community feel that they can communicate with their local law enforcement. At the same time, we also have to strike the balance that local law enforcement also needs to ensure that they don't turn a blind eye to crime, no matter what shape or form it comes in. And so I have the utmost faith and confidence in Chief Pullen and local law enforcement throughout the county that they act appropriately. And the hard part is, how do you convince individuals who are living in fear? And it's not easy. So at times, in the past and probably present, it's good to be able to communicate and reach out within our community to let them know that's not what our role is. But make no mistake, there also has to be the understanding that the Vacaville Police Department, like many others, will focus on keeping the community safe, and everything else comes secondary to that. And that's just, and that's the hard thing to understand. But it's not easily said. I know the California Chiefs Association put out a statement, and I read it, and it pretty much is spot on for the response of local law enforcement throughout the state. It was signed on as an association by all the chiefs within California. Not that each one signed on to it, but it's the association that represents municipal government in California. And it strikes the right balance. And I just hope that our community can understand that. With that, we're going to go into closed session. The two items that are on here tonight, there'll be nothing to report out, but it is a public employee performance evaluation on our city attorney, and a discussion on now that our city manager has announced his retirement, what we're going to do next. So with that, good night, Vacaville, and thank you for staying with us this evening.